Hey guys, welcome back to Diegesis. My name is Maple, and today I'm going to be watching the Shawshank Redemption for the first time. Let's go ahead and get started. Okay, starting party in 3, 2, 1, go. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, Warner Bros. Yay, let's go. How nice.
More than words can say. If I didn't care,
Tim Robbins. Okay. Tim Robbins. Morgan Freeman. Who doesn't love Morgan Freeman? Oh, are they like the main? Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman.
I thought I forgot something. What's up, Buffy and the Walls? I forgot to set up my clipboard correctly on the Zooms and accidentally put it on the other thing. I'm also now realizing I am too loud. Let's turn me down a little bit. Testing, testing. That's better. Let's also stop deep throating the mic. Alright. Hello, hippity hoppity scoppity. Okay, there we go. That's better. Yeah, it probably works fine how it is.
And who doesn't love Morgan Freeman? Oh, are they like the main? How pretty. Is this like an action thriller?
William Sandler.
Is this like an action thriller? Shawshank? I don't know. I don't know what I'm watching.
What's up, Veres? I say drink, smoke, eat, drink, be merry, for you tomorrow you die. How long do you guys take on average? How long do I think it takes the average Joe to learn the software I'm using to edit videos? Buffy, that's a very hard question for me to answer because I started learning how to do this type of editing a long time ago on different software. So I've been doing it for so long and getting better at it slowly the whole time. It's really hard to say, like, you know, it took me 10 years to get as good as I am today, but as far as it being able to like learn it and be serviceable with it, average Joe could probably learn this, you know, the basics or whatever. I mean, you can probably be editing a video like mine in a week if you're, you know, dedicated and you pick up technical things quickly. Breaking Bad, what are they currently watching? I guess the next thing they're going to watch is going to be episode 9, I think. I think they just saw episode 8. How much do they pay me? I pay them, actually.
Is he okay?
That backup music is way too loud. There we go. And the software I use is DaVinci Resolve. That Foley.
Sounds like bullets. Yeah, and a gun, okay.
Nani? What's that, man? I feel bad for you. You pay them. Why would you feel bad for me for paying people for services rendered? Can you pay me to watch TV and movies? I probably could if you could generate a crowd. Like, that's the thing. Like, people will watch the girls watch TV and movies. They won't watch me. So that's why I'm not the person in front of the camera. Why do I pay them? Because what they do for me makes money. You know what? I wish. How much they get paid? I'm not telling anybody how much anyone makes. That's crazy. I'm just gonna go to your job, go to your boss. Hey, how much do you pay these guys? How much do you make? But what do you call it? Mad Mardigan said he thinks editing is a large part of it. I actually don't agree that it's a large part of it. It's funny too. You're saying actual pimp, but same thing. Like, if I hire people to make, you know, tacos, like, it's all work is pimping, man. But what do you call it though? Mad Mardigan was saying that the editing's a big part. I disagree, to be honest with you, man. I have seen channels that are substantially more successful than ours, whose editing I think is absolutely, you know, day one stuff. Mostly because they hire out to people who learn how to edit just well enough to be able to, you know, do work for people. And like, I don't know, in my personal experience, I have not noticed a huge connection in YouTube with like really quality editing and viewer count or sub count. You know, there's channels who have like hundreds of thousands of subs whose editing hasn't changed since like the first week they started working. You know, a lot of them like it took forever or just never upgraded their cameras. There's a channel in particular I can remember now, actually, who still, after like, you know, 2 years of doing this, has the same camera they had when they started. And so, like, I don't know, it's tough, man. Yeah, I react to stuff here and there with Mabel most of the time. Long time ago, I tried reacting on my own, and those videos were not worth the editing. The reaction to the bear is posted on Patreon. No, it's good, Matt. I'm with you. Yeah, talent is way more important. Talent is way more important, for sure. If you have a really, 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 really quality reactor and terrible editing, that's fine. But if you have like an okay reactor and really good editing, like, that's not going to work at all. So I absolutely agree that the talent is substantially more important. Yes, this vape has nicotine in it, and this vape has weed in it. I have seen Salt Lake City punks, and yeah, them not liking Walt. It's going to be interesting seeing as the show goes on, because like, I always liked Walt, so it's interesting watching the show from perspective of people who don't. But also, like, I'm a person who's probably a little bit like Walt.
Maybe slow down.
Insofar as I'm, you know, a megalomaniac, and I don't think the girls have that same like ambition for just ambition's sake kind of thing running through their bloods like I do.
Mr. Dufresne, describe the confrontation you had with your wife the night that she was murdered.
That's a good reveal.
That she was murdered.
Mickey Mouse horror movie? No, but I'm sure it's going to be just like the Winnie the Pooh horror movie that was terrible.
It was very bitter. She said she was glad I knew. It was very bitter.
I feel like to be an editor, you have to be a perfectionist, so I understand where you're coming from. You know, I don't know if you have to, but you are watching things. Do you think reacting has some degree of acting? Let me finish Kennedy's question. I don't know if you have to be a perfectionist, but you are going to be staring at very, very minute, detail-oriented things for a long time, so it's kind of hard not to notice just like the smallest things, because that's the magnitude that you're working at. It's like working on something with a magnifying glass. You're going to notice stuff that people who aren't using the magnifying glass aren't going to notice. So I don't know if you have to be a perfectionist, but you do find a lot of perfectionists find themselves comfortable editing. The reacting have a degree of acting. The only thing I would say that reacting should have as far as a degree of acting goes is like sometimes you have a day where you have to shoot and maybe you're not super like in the mood to sit and watch TV that day. Like that may not have been a day that you would have done that, but you got to do it that day. So it's the same kind of thing almost as going to like work, right? You're going to have a bit of a like, okay, all right, action. Okay, let's go. You know, like I'm me, but I'm me like up 20% of how I feel most of the time. No one's going to want to watch someone sitting there like in their pajamas, just like quietly watching something and not saying anything. Like, so you are going to have to like be brighter, you know, and kind of try to pep it up in comparison to normal. But I would say don't go more than like 20% off of baseline, because if you go too far, then you turn into like the guy who very fakely is like, whoa, oh my God, I can't believe that happened, bro. That's so crazy. Like if, you know, that's not your energy, then it's going to be very obvious, you know, that the person is overreacting to stuff. How does copyright affect my editing? Heavily and all the time. I got big toes. You kind of just figure it out as you go. Like, I don't know. I've been doing it for 2 years and I kind of have a sixth sense about it. How to test, how to edit correctly to avoid copyright stuff. It's practice.
She said she was
The
glad
system's
I
changing
knew
all the time anyway.
that she hated all the sneaking around.
Yeah, do you have to be a bit patient?
She
But
said
again, also, even if you're not patient, because I wouldn't describe myself as patient, but I also like find myself actively, you know, in engaged with what I'm doing. So it's like a lot more boring to watch than to do.
she wanted a divorce in Reno.
What was your response?
Told her I would not grant one.
I'll see you in...
It's not technically Andy or his wife's fault that she dies, to be honest. Like, it's the fault of the guy who just randomly decided to murder some people. Like, she happened to be in that building, but she wasn't putting herself in danger by being in that building. She was just very, very unlucky. And like, yeah, sure, she could have not been cheating on that guy, but she could have a million other things. Like, that's just kind of, it's really just really bad luck is how it comes down. The only kind of bad guy in this movie is the murderer in the system, but like Andy is completely innocent, and I think his wife is also completely innocent. Like, yeah, she shouldn't have, you know, cheated on him. That's very rude, but that's not worth getting murdered over. That's not like your sentence for cheating.
Oh, before I see you in Reno. Those were the words you used.
A 1 hour episode of a TV show, if I just sit and buckle down and like nail it, I can do in about 3 hours.
Mr. Dufresne, according to the testimony of your neighbors.
They say so.
Yeah, we almost exclusively watch stuff that I've seen before. Why do some editors edit out the best part? I think normally because they don't know what the best parts are. That's the main reason, is they just don't know. Whenever I had editors before
I remember I was upset.
who worked on stuff like Star Wars but hadn't seen Star Wars, I'd be blown away at the stuff that they cut out, because it was like, what, that's like the biggest scene ever, and they don't know, like, because it didn't affect them, I guess, the way it did, you know, most people. So they just kind of were like, yeah, okay, whatever, we don't need that. And it's like, yeah, we do. Bring it back. What are you doing?
What happened after you argued with your wife?
He's killed his wife.
What happened after you argued with your wife?
He's killed his wife.
Packed a bag. She packed a bag to go.
No, I know he feels responsible, but he's wrong.
Glenn Quinn,
And I think Andy knows he's wrong, but like how you feel emotionally isn't going to be, you know,
golf pro at the Snowden Hills.
it's not going to be super rational.
Oh.
Went to a few bars first. Later, I drove to his house to confront them. They were at home, so I parked in the turnout.
I got trimmed this movie heavy because it's 2.5 hours long. And I think we did as a two-parter last time, and I just really hate doing two-parters.
Waited.
With what intention?
Murder.
Sure.
Murder on my mind.
Used, drunk.
Murder.
Mostly I wanted to scare them.
When they arrived, you went up to the house and murdered them.
No, I was sobering up.
Nah, I don't know if we're gonna do Blue Eye Samurai. I don't know. I just don't like it, man. I don't get why everyone else likes it so much.
Go home to sleep it off. Along the way, I stopped.
Yeah, no problem,
I threw
fools.
my gun into the Royal River. I feel I've been very clear on this point.
Well, where I get hazy is where the cleaning woman shows up the following morning and finds your wife in bed with her lover riddled with 38 caliber bullets. How does that strike you as a fantastic coincidence, Mr. Dufresne, or is it just me?
How many bullets is his gun hold?
You threw your gun into the river before the murder took place.
Because that means with the revolver?
Okay. So we can do this.
Well, where I get hazy is where the cleaning woman shows up the following morning and finds your wife in bed with her lover, riddled with 38 caliber bullets.
No, Mad Margan, we've had a record schedule for the last while.
Bullets.
We record on Thursdays and Saturdays.
Now, does that strike you as a fantastic coincidence, Mr. Dufresne, or is it just me?
Yes, it does.
How many bullets does his gun hold?
In bed with her lover, riddled with 38 caliber bullets.
Let's just get straight to that.
How many bullets does his gun hold?
You threw your gun into the river before the murder took.
Because that means with the revolver?
It's the truth.
I forgot what that is.
Because that means with the revolver?
It's the truth.
That's a crime of passion, you guys, in the true crime world.
3 days.
World.
3 days.
Call it a crime of passion.
Diegesis means a plot or narrative, particularly when dealing with like film. But you'll hear it with like diegetic music or non-diegetic music and stuff like that. Some close to us later on, something bad happens, person you're yelling at, and it's hard to not feel guilt. Yeah, it's true, but the objective reality is that you're not guilty for sure. When are we reacting to Peanut Butter Falcon? Not before we react to Honey Boy. Flamio, Mr. Fahrenheit. How long does it take you for an edit? A movie reaction? Normally, I don't know, forever. Takes a very long time. Do you edit the YouTube and Patreon cut together? No, we do the Patreon right away. Normally, Patreons go out like the night the girls recorded. I'll just stay up late and try to finish them. Can someone do editing, reacting full time? Yes, they can. The cons of reacting to TV shows is that generally speaking, episodes of TV will never perform as well as a really good movie will perform, or as a good performing movie. But the benefits vastly outweigh it in that you build a community of people who are excited that you're watching that show, so they're going to keep coming back. Unless you're watching, Fast and Furious, most franchises don't have that many movies, so like you'll get, whoever for a couple of movies if there's sequels, but if there's no sequels, they'll all show up for one and then not come back for the other ones. So you kind of build like these grouping in communities of types of shows that you watch, and you maintain them for a lot longer. And then if you're really lucky and you watch like one show that kind of community likes and then another one that they also like, then they'll follow you to the other one and stuff, and you can kind of hopscotch that way. So yeah, so that's been very convenient. It's like the consistency is a lot better than it was with films, because if we had, we only would, produce however many movies in a month, like 6 or 8, and if a handful of them didn't do well, then that would easily like be 30% of our, monthly income would just fluctuate. But with the shows, it's just much more consistent, because even if a couple episodes don't do well, other ones will, and it'll kind of like wash out, in the long term most of the time. Who do you like more? Neither. That's a ridiculous question. Do you see Diegesis going into anime genre? I mean, we're starting to. We just started what's it called? Full Metal Alchemist.
So there could be no comparison made between your gun and the bullets taken from the blood-stained corpses. That also is very convenient, isn't it?
Oh man, the way people talk is gonna be tough.
Also is very convenient, isn't it, Mr. Dufresne?
Since I am innocent of this crime, sir, I find it decidedly inconvenient that the gun was never found.
All right, now it's time to get out of here.
Oh, is it gonna show us the truth?
No, they're not. Do I have a favorite movie? Yes, I do. It is Everything, Everywhere, All at
Ladies and
Once.
gentlemen, you've heard all the evidence. You know.
When are the girls going to do their next reaction session? Tomorrow. Well, they watch The Bear on Saturdays, and they watch Full Metal Alchemist on Thursdays.
Likewise, the fingerprints, and most of all, we have a beautiful young man and lover lying dead in each other's arms. They had sinned. But was their crime so great as to merit a death sentence? While you think about that, think about this. A revolver holds 6 bullets. I suggest this crime, contemplated crime of passion, that at least could be understood if not condoned.
That's what I meant.
This was revenge. Brutal, cold-blooded nature. Consider this: 4 bullets per victim.
Not like
The Amazing Spider-Man 2012. The Amazing Spider-Man 2012? Is that the Andrew Garfield movie? That feels really, really early for that. But no, they have not seen any of those Spider-Man movies.
Fired, but 8. He fired the gun empty, and then stopped to reload so that he could shoot his gun again. Extra bullet per lover. Right in the head.
nice.
You strike me as a particularly icy and remorseless man, Mr. Frame. Shows my blood just a little. By the power vested in me by the state of Maine, I hereby order you to serve 2 life sentences. I hereby order you to serve 2 life sentences back to back.
Wow.
1 for each of your victims.
Okay, it's nice and poetic.
So be it.
Assuming that he did it, then yeah. Then
By the way,
that he
the thing I like the most about Maple's reaction to this movie is that she what do you call it? Wasn't sure if Andy was guilty or not the whole movie, and I thought that was great because I don't know anyone who's ever watched the movie who didn't immediately assume Andy was innocent. I don't know anyone who ever questioned his innocence, and that's really interesting because the movie does not go out of its way to say he is. But maybe he just has a little bit of like main character buffer. Jim Carrey movies? Probably not. We've done the one that I would, which is Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. Maple reacted to that. All right, later, Eagle fan.
did it, then yeah.
The theme song to this movie is one of the greatest of all time.
Hello?
Hello?
It's Morgan Freeman! Wow!
I don't know why she knows Morgan Freeman. I guess the Batman movies. Wonder if the book handled that differently. Well, from what I remember, the book is a short story, so it probably handled a lot of things very differently. There's just a lot less book to work with. If it's a short story, then the odds are the book is probably just about like guy goes to prison falsely. The system is corrupt and won't let him leave. He gives hope to everybody inside and gets out, you know, and that's probably the things that are the most similar. Everything else is like, I know Red is actually Irish in the book, not a black man, so like that's why his name is Red. They just didn't change it for the movie, but threw in that line where he's like, why do they call you Red?
Look at him, he looks so young.
We see by your
Moving on up.
we see by your file you've served 20 years of a life sentence.
And then he gives him a real yes, master. Yeah. Oh, that right, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. You feel you've been rehabilitated?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. We see by your file you've served 20 years of a life sentence.
Yes, sir.
You feel you've been rehabilitated?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
I just believe him.
I learned my lesson. I can honestly say that I'm a changed man. I can honestly say that I'm a changed man.
I feel like the big movies people react to are Saving Private Ryan, yes. Harry Potter, yes. Lord of the Rings, yes. TV shows is Breaking Bad, yes. Game of Thrones, yes. It's very true. Well, I don't know. I think sometimes those big things are nice for getting your initial fan base to be able to even find you, because they're not going to find you because of who you are, because you don't have any footprint on YouTube yet. So you hijack something that's huge, that has its own footprint, and then hopefully that's how people find you. And then if the people you know, vibe with you enough, then they'll stick around and see. Like right now, like I one of my favorite reaction channels is your boy Roshi, but I have watched every show that they've reacted to now that I've also seen, and so the only stuff I haven't watched from them are things I haven't seen. But I'm not like leaving them because I know I like their reactions, and so I'm kind of like waiting until they cover another show I care about, and then I'll go and watch them again. So it's kind of like you kind of hold on to the people that you're like, I know that I like how they react to things, you know. What's up, Fat Laces? Good to have you, man. It's going great, dude. Neil, that's exactly right. This is a super boring project otherwise.
No longer a danger to society. No longer a danger to society. That's got something to do.
But also, some people like to see how the sausage is made. It's also kind of like if you don't want the Patreon, it's really slow going, but to an extent, you do, if you hang out the whole time, get to kind of see the edit.
Have to come in 1927. Come in 1927. Have to come in and advocate for yourself.
I like how his whole demeanor changes after that too. He goes from like, yes, uh-huh, oh, okay, sir, and to just very like a man who's super comfortable in his surrounding, kind of walks around like he's got a huge cock. Have you done like a survey to see what genre the subscribers like? Yeah, but it's kind of just all over the place. The most common thing that they like are things that are generally like action, but that spans such a wide swath, you know? And for every good example of these things, we have like bad examples. So it's like, you know, we'll have, in that case, then Die Hard sounds perfect, right? Nope, one of our worst performers, right? Mission Impossible did terrible. So it's like they want action films, but they don't want cheesy action films, but they also don't want super obscure action films. You know, it's like there's these really, like Drive also did really poor. So it's like you've got, you know, cheese factor, basically you've got like Drive is low cheese, and then Mission Impossible is like very high cheese, and both of them are wrong. So most of our movies that you can fit in the middle tend to be the ones that have performed very well, like Fury and Saving Private Ryan, like war movies, for instance, have done generally pretty well. So yeah. And then most of our like kind of comedies really don't do all that great. But then we'll have like Tropic Thunder is our best performing video ever. Like, and when I did it, I felt bad having Ariana do it because I was like, this probably won't do very well, but it's just a very good, funny movie, and I think you'll like it, so we might as well just watch it anyway.
Hey, Red. How'd it go?
Yeah, the Jackie Chan stuff fits into the cheesy stuff, like what do you call it? Mission Impossible and Die Hard.
Hey, Red. How'd it go? Same old shit. Different day. Hey, Red. How'd it go? Same old. How'd it go? Same old. Different day. How you feel? I'll project you next week.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It will drive you nuts trying to figure this stuff out. It's awful.
Be a con like me.
I don't even try that hard anymore, honestly.
Ooh.
I just try to watch things that I think are good, that I think the girls will like. If I hit both of those bases, then if that's the movie that's gonna do well, then it well, I guess in third in importance. So most importance is that it's hard to say. I probably lately it's a little bit ahead that the girls will like it, because we've covered some shows that I don't really like, but I think the girls would like it, and I know that the populace likes it, so it's like, okay, we'll give that one away. So it's like something the girls will like, then something that I also feel like is just as close to objectively or subjectively, in my experience, good or high quality, and then for whatever number of reasons. And then the third is like, do enough people know it, you know, because we've covered obscure stuff, but we always know that those are going to do poorly, and they always do poorly. So that's why we're not busting out Mandy's left and right, you know.
I'm the guy who can get it.
Ooh.
There must be a con like me in every prison in America.
Ben Stiller movies would help. I mean, that's also the cheesy side of it. Sin to Nerdle. I don't think I have. exceptional, that one. Oh, appreciate you, Neil. A lot of old comedy actors are trying to get into dramas. Yeah, that's what's up. I'm into it. Oh, interesting. I've not seen a lot do that, but I've seen like one or two. There's definitely one that like focuses on like South Asian movies, and they are like what 2 million subs. Probably not any David Lynch, no. Have you ever been in trouble for selecting something to watch? I mean, the only one really technically is Firefly, which Ariana just fucking hated. Maple and I are going to start Firefly tomorrow together. I guess someone asked earlier why I don't do reactions. I guess I'm lying. I'm about to start doing more. So yeah, we're going to do Firefly. And yeah, it's a, what do you call it? That's probably one where Ariana was just like, what the hell? She thought I was like punking her. She was like, I can't believe you had me watch this. This is fucking terrible.
Ooh.
I'm the guy who can get it for you. Cigarettes, a bag of reefer, if that's your thing. A bottle of brandy to celebrate the kid's high school graduation. Damn near anything within reason. Yes, sir. I'm a regular Sears and Roebuck.
I try my best not to lead the girls astray. Like, it's been a couple of years, so I have a pretty good idea of the kind of stuff that they'll like or not.
Yes, sir. I'm a regular Sears and Roebuck.
I mean, the girls talk about their boyfriends, so I don't feel like everyone thinks they're single. Maybe they do.
Oh, no.
So when Andy Dufresne came to me in 1949 and asked me...
Man, I want... Everyone talks so slowly, but it's good dialogue.
So when Andy Dufresne came to me in 1949 and asked me to smuggle Rita Hayworth into the prison for him, I told him, no problem. No problem.
What is that? What is that?
What is a Rita Hayworth? I never even heard of a Rita Hayworth before. Okay, I really just want that one swell. It's so good, man. This song is so damn good. Now, I'm with you on Joaquin Phoenix. He's the shit. How do you balance what the girls want to watch with what Patreon wants them to watch and what YouTube wants them to watch? That's a very easy one to handle. We don't take requests, basically. Like, we don't run polls. Like, the only time we run polls is sometimes if we have a list of things and we don't really know what order we want to watch them in, we'll like drop polls to be like, hey, which one are you the most excited about? And then we'll kind of get a temperature from the audience on, you know, the heat map telling us like which ones to do first or whatever. But like, generally speaking, yeah, it's just what we want to watch. We've been doing it that way for like 3 years. I think a lot of people put a lot more effort than what they get back from it. Constantly like letting their audience choose all the time, because like your audience isn't thinking about the same things you're thinking about, you know, like it's a tough one. And I think people also assume that like your really dedicated Patreon, you know, fan base is representative of the taste of the average YouTuber, and generally speaking that won't be the case. Like those people are going to be much more into specific types of movies. So it's like I don't think it's super wise to like hand the reins straight to the people and just be like, you decide. Couldn't get into Doctor Who. I could not either. Thank you for the $5, Shaboy John. But I also agree with you. Yeah, I agree. Only stick to movie reactions, or will you branch out and do reactions to funny videos? No. I'm gonna try to keep it in like the cinema space. That's definitely like the point of the now 2 channels I have. Is like I want channels about movies because I love movies. I'm the only thing in this world I really care that much about, or like that much anyway. Yeah, Brick would probably do terrible, but it's awesome. Yeah, love that movie. I think the girls would also love that movie.
Is this the prison? Is this the prison? That's the prison? Looks like a castle in Europe. Castle. in Europe.
My other channel is called Cinebites, but it's hard to find. You'd have to like go on this channel and click on the other channels button or whatever, but that's where I do like video essays. If Maple hasn't seen the Matrix trilogy yet, it could be epic. She's seen the first one, and we haven't covered the second and third because they do not perform like enough to be worth editing. But she saw the first one, and that did pretty okay, and it was a great reaction. It was really fun seeing someone like that's the kind I would watch even if I didn't have a channel. It's just like that's a movie that's very important to me that I saw when I was like 9. So it's cool to see someone like in the year 2022 or 2021, whenever she saw it, you know, just now seeing that movie for the very first time. It's really surreal. Yeah, this is probably one of the best shots from the movie for sure. I did watch his new movie and I fucking hated it. I'm so irritated about that. I really wanted to like it.
Not this area. That looks...
I guess I'll get rid of this part. Oh, and this song is so good. I don't know if I love the shot or if I just love the song. It's such a perfect song. I was thinking about it yesterday. It's like the song simultaneously sounds sorrowful and hopeful, which has this kind of like, and it plays as you go into the prison, and he's going to be in this prison for like 20 years. And so it's almost like the song is saying like, hey buddy, like, so sorry, this sucks, but also it's going to be like, it's going to be a long time, but you're here now, you're home, like this is just what it is for that. Like it has such a kind of like sorry bud kind of vibe to it. I just love the song. Because it's like sad, but it's not as sad as like a really sad song. So it's interesting. It has like this kind of medium timbre to like the emotionality of the song. It's so cool.
Is this the
melancholy
prison?
is a word.
That's the prison? Looks like a castle in Europe. Not this area.
And I agree with her too, by the way. It was very cool to have this kind of castle, like, you know, it really feels like he's going to a new land. It's pretty. This is the original Orange is the New Black. Thank you for watching Atla. I mean, thank you for watching it with us, man. It's been awesome. I'm super stoked now that we're into freaking season 3 finally. I am one of those. Season 2 kind of blows people. Well, especially like how warm these
More like a camp.
violins are.
More like a camp.
Andy came to Shawshank prison in early 1947 for murdering his wife, and prison in early 1947 for murdering his wife and the fella she was banging.
Hunchback, which one? The Disney one or the old black and white one? I've seen both. The girls have probably seen the cartoon one. I mean, I listed them earlier, basically. Tropic Thunder way overperformed and John Wick way overperformed. I didn't expect either of those to do well at all. And I fully expected Mission Impossible to do as well and Die Hard to do as well. And yeah, those two like shockingly ate crap. And the other two shockingly. If anything, I would have had those swapped. Like Mission Impossible and Die Hard are some of the most famous, beloved action movies of all time. And Tropic Thunder is a very popular comedy movie, but it's not like Dumb and Dumber. It's not like everyone and their mom saw it. And what's it called? The other one was John Wick, and like that's a very famous, like popular action film, but it doesn't have anywhere near the pedigree that like Die Hard does. So if anything, I would have expected those two to flip, and did not go that way.
On the outside, he'd been vice president
Later,
of a large
Neil.
Portland bank. Good work for a man as young as he was.
Probably just be some guy who does a good Morgan Freeman impression. They'll just keep him. I'll just be AI. Who reads the comments if they do? What does that mean, fools? And then this is like just really good filmmaking. Right when freaking Mr. Krabs shows up, the music switches to this like really awkward, like different key. I don't know if it's a minor key, but it sounds really funky all of a sudden. There's all this tension added to the song right when we get introduced, like who one of the guys who's gonna be one of the major antagonists. Yeah, comments under reaction videos. What do you mean? Who reads them? Clancy Brown is dope, or as I call him, the Kurgan.
Oh,
I don't know if I want to keep this part in. It's so funny. She confuses Mr. Krabs here for Nathan Fillion.
Chad would be glad to know that I do know that that man is in Firefly, even though we haven't watched Firefly, but that's him.
You know what? Now that we're starting Firefly, I'll keep it because it is funny. And then it will look like we did it on purpose. Like we chose to watch it so I could correct her. Okay. Fuck it. Fine. We'll do it. Okay, so where was I?
Oh,
1947 for murdering his wife. On the outside, he'd been vice president of a large Portland bank. Good work for a man as young as he was.
Okay, that's actually good timing.
1940. On the outside, he'd been Hey, Red.
Okay, actually, we'll cut to this. There we go.
1947 for murdering his wife and the fella she was banging.
I haven't liked Steven Spielberg's stuff for like a decade. I think he's a super like just paint by numbers by the book director now. Like I think all those guys who were like really popular in the 70s, I think most of them like were really young punk rock guys back then, and I think they got old and started making boring old cinema that they were like rebelling against when they were young. Oh, do I read them or do the girls? We all read them. Sometimes I ask comments about certain things they were confused about in the video. Yeah, we all read them. Does she think it's Adam Baldwin? No, she thinks it's Nathan Fillion.
oh, Chad would be glad to know that I do know that that man is in Firefly. That man is in Firefly, even though we haven't watched Firefly, but that's him. I also watched him in
English butt steak. You follow this officer.
Firefly.
All right, I made a picture, I think. There we go. You have a strategy on how often you release episodes of TV shows. Some reactors release just one episode a week to keep their audience watching as long as possible. I do one episode a week because it gives us the ability to maximize how many shows we can watch at the same time. If we tried to release more often, then we wouldn't be able to, like, I have 3 other editors, and they each have 3 shows. That's not right. Oh, no. So we are doing 6 shows, but the reason they have 3 shows is because they're also covering the dual episodes per week. So like all of our half-an-hour shows were released bi-weekly, like twice a week, not bi-weekly. And then we release the hour episodes weekly. So the idea would be it allows us to be able to host 6 shows at the same time, where if they had to, turn over more stuff in one week, they wouldn't be able to do as many shows each, and so then we'd have to cut down on shows. Now I'd rather us, release weekly like they do on TV anyway. And release weekly, once and cover 6 shows and only be able to cover like 3 shows and then come out faster. Also gives the girl some variety. my love, take my land, take me where I cannot. That makes sense. You can't hear me? Okay, sorry about that. I was just saying that, like, with the movies like Old Boy, I really want to cover it, but it's the kind of movie I just have to make sure that the girls are like absolutely ready for, because I want them to trust my movie picks, and I understand they have an upper limit on like how fucked up something can be, and that's a movie that could definitely give them pause at like, hey, what the hell are you showing me? Hey, thanks, Shaboy. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's okay. So that's kind of part of my point, though. We have been getting a lot of compliments, which is very nice of people, for the lineup of shows that we've been covering. And I think the only reason our lineup is as strong as it is because we're not putting everything to a vote, Like, I'm just kind of, for the most part, talking to the crew and being like, hey, what do you guys want to cover? And then we discuss these things, and it's like, okay, here's like, why and when even. Like, we'll probably do Squid Game when we get closer to season 2 coming out, but it's like these are shows that like we all like trust and can vouch for. Like, it's better to have a small group of this kind of oligopoly making these kind of command decisions for the channel than to disperse it to just like, hey, let's just let everyone pick, and we would have a lot more kind of random stuff that we'd be watching. Like, I think there's a reason that our picks have been very specific.
I do know that that man is in Firefly.
Take my love. I think that's only coming out of one ear. Oh, no, I was wrong. Yep, I was wrong. I was wrong. It was just very stereo. They were heavily utilizing the fact that it was stereo. Yeah, that's so weird. Yeah, that's so fucking strange. Whatever.
Chad would be glad to know that I do know that that man is in Firefly. Even though we haven't watched Firefly, but that's him. I also watched him in
Butt steak.
what other movie? It was a war movie. God dang it, what movie is that?
With the sniper in the bridge.
Saving Private Ryan.
That's him. I also watched him in what other movie? What other movie? It was a war movie.
Is there a cap on how far back you're willing to go for movie choices? Because I do feel like we overlook so many gems from the past just because they aren't 4K max level production. I skip them because I don't think that they hold up. I think that the acting style and stuff has gotten cornier as time has gone on, and it's very hard for me to take most of those movies seriously. A lot of them are kind of like, I would watch them the same as I would watch like a comedy. It's like, okay, don't take it too serious, just kind of have fun, turn your brain off, and just whatever. And that's not like the kind of movie I like to watch, so it's very difficult to get into the headspace of like watching The Maltese Falcon and taking it seriously. It's like, people don't talk like that, rooms don't look like that. What's going on? All right. I didn't think about that. I should make another image. I'll remind myself to do that later.
God dang it, what movie is that? With the sniper and the bridge.
Such a sorry looking heap of maggot shooting all my life.
Damn. New fish. Wow.
That's it, man. Smoke's coin. Got a choice. Smoke. Lay down for 2. All right, who's your horse? That little sack of shit. Lay down for 2.
All right, who's your horse?
That little sack of shit. Sack of shit. That little sack of shit. 8. 8 from the front. He'll be first.
All bullshit. I'll take that action. Yeah, me too. You're out some smoke.
Yeah, 12 Angry Men is an example of a movie that still works pretty well, but the acting is still goofy as shit, though. You know, like the performances are just, the movie feels like a stage play because it is a stage play. You know, even Glenn Ross has some things that just make it a little bit like, oh, I'm watching a movie right now. You know, everyone's gonna stand very perfectly spread in such a way where I can see everyone's faces all the time. You know, no matter where the camera goes. Like it's very like hyper surrealism, or not hyper surrealism, but it's like hyper realism or surrealism, or again, it's like you're kind of watching a translation of a stage play, so it kind of still feels half like a stage play. Like these kinds of things that just, you notice them, you know. Yeah, Sunset Boulevard's another good example, right? Are you gonna react to the whale? No. Yeah, you know, like it's like you were so and so, you were big in the pictures. It's like, I am big. It's the pictures that got small. It's like no one talks like that. No one talks like that. It's, you know, it's like whatever. It's a great, cool little mic drop, but it comes across as very like, what? What's going on? I have seen a lot of 12 Angry Men reactions recently. Ashley Burton did it. I just recently, I think, Cinnabinge did it.
Me too. You're out some smoke, son. Let me tell you.
Well, Haywood, you're so smart, you call it.
I'll take the chubby fat ass there. Give one for the front. Put me down for quarter dick.
I must admit I didn't think much of Andy the first time. I must admit I didn't think much of Andy the first time I laid eyes on him. Looked like a stiff breeze would blow him over. That was my first impression of the man.
What do you say, Red?
A tall drink of water with a silver spoon up his ass.
That guy.
A tall drink of water with a silver spoon up his ass.
That guy.
Whoever that guy is,
Never happened.
10 cigarettes.
that guy had faith in Andy from the beginning.
That's a rich bet.
All right, who's going to prove me wrong? Haywood? Digger? Skeets? Floyd?
Skeets.
Skeets? Skeets? Floyd?
Skeets.
4 brave souls.
I don't want the Skeets moment that bad. Let's drop Skeets. Let's bring back. That was my first impression of him.
Never happened.
10 cigarettes.
Oh wait, what happened? Where are we at?
Looked like a stiff breeze would blow him over. A tall drink of water. That was my first. That was my first impression of the man.
What do you say, Red?
There we go. That's my in. All right.
Tall drink of water.
There we go. So now we have this.
I must admit I didn't think much of Andy the first time I laid eyes on him. Looked like a stiff breeze would blow him over. That was my first impression of the man.
What do you say, Red?
There we go.
Tall drink of water with a silver spoon up his ass.
That guy.
Okay, perfect. Do I aim for a specific length of the girl's commentary after reaction? No, I just let them talk for as long as they feel like talking. Origin of the voiceover superhero Freeman? Yeah, it is. It is. Do you look what other people have reacted to? No. No, because like if a lot of people, like, you know, for instance, if that's the case, there wouldn't be any reason to do, you know, like I would have avoided certain movies that we've done because it's like, oh, well, everyone already did it. People don't necessarily want to see you be the first person to react to something. They just want to see a person they jive with react to something. So you may skip around watching a handful of reaction channels and be like, no, I don't like these guys. I don't like these guys. I don't like these guys. All on the same movie, right? You know, like you'll be trying to find Saving Private Ryan. And you'll like watch someone for 10 minutes and realize that it's just not your style. Try someone else, it's not really your style. And then you find someone and go, oh, great, this is my style. So like the saturation of the movie, if anything, more popular movies work better, you know, because of that reasoning. That's a good point, Shaboy. That's a very good point. Why do child actors not make it when they're older? Because they're different people. So it's like this qualities about you that make you a good child actor don't necessarily translate into making you a good adult actor. And I think we've seen that over and over again, you know? I don't think Daniel Radcliffe is a very talented actor. I've never seen him in anything as an adult and be like, wow, he really knocked my socks off in that. He's so good. But he was a very cute little boy. So, like, you know, watching him wave a wand around and be sad all the time as Harry Potter was great. Like, it worked really well, you know? I don't think anyone would ever say that Macaulay Culkin, even as a child actor, should have been bringing in Oscar award-winning, you know, performances. But he was a cute little boy, and we like to see him slap his cheeks, you know? That sounded really fucking weird. So yeah, now it's like he's an adult, and like when you see him and stuff, it's like a meme, you know? It's like, oh, hey, look, it's fucking, no, Kevin McAllister's in this movie, crazy. So I think that's a lot of it.
Damn.
What about Oppenheimer?
Just imagine
Ice front.
that it's. Just imagine
Ice front.
that it's like probably just like cold in there. It looks like it's cold and damp. Cold in there. Cold in there. It looks like it's cold and
There's definitely exceptions. Like Joaquin Phoenix was a child actor, Jodie Foster was a child actor, Shia LaBeouf was a child actor. So like there are people who pull it off, but I think that it probably is still relatively rare.
I'm Mr. Norton, the warden. You are convicted felons.
What's his name? Haley Joel Osment, I thought was like the cutest, most adorable kid ever. He is a child actor. He's always so sad all the time. AI, freaking pay it forward, and what's it called? The Sixth Sense. All three of those movies, he plays like the same character. He's just like this really sad little boy who seems like he knows more than he's letting on. And yeah, he fucking sucks as an adult. I've never seen him ever be good in anything as an adult. Like he's just terrible. So yeah, it's a tough one. It's just two different skill sets. Theoretically, it's the same thing from being like a young action star and then having to translate into playing dads and grandpas. Like not everyone pulls that one off either. You know, Sean Connery like really nailed that. Eating Gilbert's grapes. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the best thing to do is to like be a child actor, disappear during your awkward phase of like 20, and then come back when you're like, you know, 30 and knock out, you know, a really great performance, like Josh Brolin style, right? Like that's perfect. It's like he crushed it in Goonies and like was a big child actor, and then it was like just really sucked for a long time, but then he came back and did There Will Be Blood, and No Country for Old Men, and voila. So yeah, you know, I think that's the hard part. Is like that Miley Cyrus situation. All the dials were turned to the maximum amount when she was trying to make the transition. That shit's hard to do in a day. You know, Britney Spears didn't do it in a day. Like, that shit's really hard. Well, and we're not even talking about how, like, child actor life is hard. It's just why don't they succeed professionally, even though, you know.
He's Mr. Hadley. He's captain of the guards. I'm Mr. Norton, the warden.
Interesting.
You are convicted felons. That's why they've sent you to me. Rule number 1, no blasphemy. I'll not have the Lord's name taken.
Well, so he looks weird, but he also just doesn't act well. Like, watch him in The Boys or anything. Like, he just, I don't know, he just isn't a good actor.
Rule number 1, no blasphemy. I'll not have the Lord's name taken in vain in my prison.
Was that the guy that's from Firefly?
Rule number 1. I'll not have the Lord's name. I'll not have the Lord's name taken in vain in my prison.
Was that the guy that's from Firefly?
Any questions?
There's something wrong with me. The guy.
Any questions?
There's something wrong with me.
Any questions? Where
There's
do we
something
begin?
wrong with me. Guys, it might not be. I don't know. I'm so phase blind. It might not be. I don't know. I'm so phase blind.
When we say you eat, you shit when we say you shit, and you piss when we say you piss. You got that, you maggot dick motherfucker?
Oh.
On your feet.
I believe in two things: discipline and the Bible. Here you'll receive both. Put your trust in the Lord.
Oh, the kid from Unbreakable? Yeah, that kid was in like a couple little movies here and there as a child actor that was kind of popping off, but it feels like the kind of movie that he could have been in both. That would have been so funny if they had Bruce Willis and Haley Joel Osment in both of those movies. That would have been really fucking funny. I hate superhero movies, but I really enjoyed The Boys because it felt like, well, you know, you don't hate superhero movies, you hate bad movies. So like the, you know, what do you call it? They, so when they do it well, those are the ones we like, you know. That's very true. A lot of child actors are nepo babies. That's a very good point. So yeah, once that like nepotism just tree kind of wears out, that's a very good point, Infinite. Nicolas Cage's uncle wasn't a famous director. He was Francis Ford Coppola, the creator of The Godfather. Like, he was the famous director.
Put your trust in the Lord.
Your ass belongs to me.
Put your trust in the Lord. Your ass belongs to me. Welcome to Shawshank. Welcome to Shawshank.
I'm sorry. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't. Probably not supposed to be. Oh no. I'm sorry. I don't. I don't. Probably not supposed to be. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Your ass belongs to me. Welcome to Shawshank.
What's up, Russ?
I'm sorry. I don't. Probably not supposed to be. Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Well, Tom Hanks' daughter's in Forrest Gump. Tom Hanks' son is in all kinds of shit. Colin Hanks is like a famous actor now.
Turn around.
Yeah, she's laughing about the "it's your ass that belongs to me." Little homoerotic.
Turn around.
That's kind of for the girls.
Turn around.
What's
That's
that?
kind of for the girls.
Jeez.
Turn around.
What is that?
Turn around.
That's kind of for the girls.
Is it?
Cause
Turn around.
what is that?
Move out of the cage. Go to your left. Pick up your closing Bible. Next man up.
Vacation? I don't think she has. I'd be very surprised if she had.
Right.
The first night's the toughest. No doubt about it. They march you in naked as the day you were born.
Left.
The first night's the toughest. No
What
doubt
did
about
they
it.
put on them?
They march you in naked as the day you were born.
Skin burning and half blind from that delousing shit they throw on you. And when they skin burning
All right, backup music's driving me
and
nuts.
half blind from that delousing shit. They delousing shit. That delousing shit they throw on you.
Later, Kennedy.
When they put you in that cell, when those bars slam
What'd you ask? Do I like any late night shows? I don't like any of them.
home, that's when you know it's for real. Old life blown away in the blink of an eye. Old life blown away in the blink of an eye. Nothing left but all the turning time in the world. Think about it. Most new fish come close to madness the first night. Somebody always breaks down crying. Most new fish come close to madness the first night. Somebody always breaks down crying.
I would.
Crying.
I would.
Happens every time.
Oh my god, I'd cry.
My girlfriend hasn't seen a lot of movies, so I assume it's refreshing when both of them haven't seen a film. Well, it's why I hired them, is because they just did not watch a lot of movies, period. You know, that wasn't really their shtick. So yeah, that was the big that was one of the selling points. Was you know, when I interviewed them, in essence, I was like, what's your relationship with movies? Have you seen a lot of them? You know, do you have strong opinions on them? And for the most part, like both of them, when I met, it feels like they've seen more movies since working with me than they did like their whole life beforehand.
The only question is, who's it gonna be? It's as good a thing to bet on as any, I guess. I had my money on Andy Dufresne. I had my money on Andy Dufresne.
I think he's disassociated. I think he's disassociated.
Lights out!
Yeah, they just engage with different culture than me.
Seems like a long time ago.
I'm super nerdy.
The boys always go fishing with first timers, and they don't quit till they reel someone in. The boys always go fishing with first timers, and they don't quit till they reel someone in.
Sleep.
Like for their butt?
Badass. Sleep.
Like
Sleep.
And they don't quit till they reel someone in.
Sleep. Sleep.
like for their butt?
Badass.
Love movie essays now that I've gotten older. It's almost like breaking down a joke. It's funny for different reasons. Yeah, that's a very good way to put that. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Yeah.
Badass. Talk to me, boy. Talk to me, boy.
Male number 8.
Hey, you there? I can hear you breathing. Don't you listen to these nitwits, you hear me? This place ain't so bad. Tell you what, I'll introduce you around, make you feel right at home. I know a couple of big old bull queers that just love to make your acquaintance.
I know a couple of big old bull queers that just love to make your acquaintance.
What's rough is like at this scene, you're thinking he's just talking crap to scare the guy, but then you're like, no, that's like a very real thing in this prison and like a very serious danger. Like he does actually know those guys. You're like, ooh, kind of dark. For being one of the like good guy cast later in the movie, you're like, damn.
Especially that big white mushy butt ears.
God, I don't belong here. God, I don't belong here.
I don't belong here.
It's just your prostate, dude. It's gonna be. It's just your prostate, dude. It's gonna be. It's all good.
My nose. Fresh fish.
It's also funny, like with Maple, like, what's up, Danny? It's fun, like dropping people in who don't know the tone of the movie they're watching either. So like this reminds me of Lord of the Rings, where it's like you never see anyone with so much levity going into the film. But Lord of the Rings, it's like, you know, people normally have a bit of like hushed, like, oh, it's the best thing ever. And like Maple is just kind of cracking jokes and stuff in the beginning. And so like watching the movie like win her over is like really cool. But it's funny how like in this first part, she just like doesn't understand that she's about to watch like one of the best movies ever.
Where's Fitz? Where's Fitz? I don't know.
What my next Sonobites video is? I mean, yeah, no. I have so much work to do on Diegesis still. And but the next thing's gonna be about what's it called? We're gonna talk about Rebel Moon, I think. I'm gonna make another one of these types of videos. Actually, that would be kind of fun, is to like have the girls watch it and then do the thing. No, I gotta be able to do it by myself. Can't take other people's time. But yeah, this is gonna be the next thing. I wish they made more feel-good movies like Stranger Things. Yeah, I assume you didn't like it. That's why the video is going to be called What Went Wrong.
What did that guy do? Why?
Probably white collar crime.
What did that guy do? Why is he there?
Go home. I want my mother. I had your mother. She was...
I haven't seen it yet. I still have to watch it. I was going to watch it tonight, but I got to do this first.
Damn.
Crisis is happy horse shit.
Damn.
Crisis is happy horse shit.
I mean, he was already crying.
You'll be telling him with my baton up your ass.
He took the Lord's name in vain.
Damn.
Crisis is happy horse shit.
I want to steal more lines from the warden. Happy horse shit. What the hell is this happy horse shit?
Damn.
Crisis is happy horse shit.
What's up, Mason?
He was already crying.
You'll be telling him with my baton up your ass.
Gotta let me out of here.
What is your malfunction, you fat barrel of monkey spunk?
Please.
Monkey spunk.
I'm supposed to be here.
Am I allowed to say that?
What is your malfunction, you fat barrel?
Honestly, do we even need the rest of this?
Damn.
Crisis is happy.
No.
What did that guy do? Why is he there?
Go home.
What is your malfunction? What is your malfunction, you fat barrel of monkey spunk?
Please. Please.
Monkey spunk.
Please.
Monkey spunk.
I'm supposed to be here.
Monkey spunk.
I'm supposed to be here.
Am I allowed to say that?
Not me.
I ain't gonna count to 3. I'm not even gonna
That's
count
a good
to 1.
band
You will
shirt.
shut
That's
the fuck
true.
up or I'll sing you a lullaby.
Man, shut up.
When Rebel Moon Director's Cut comes out, that's a very good question. Very good question. What's coming out in March?
Man, shut up. It's been a mistake. You don't understand.
This guy's accent is so insane. It's the most insane accent I've ever heard.
It's been a mistake. You don't understand. I'm not supposed to be here.
Open that sound.
I'm not supposed to be here.
Open that sound.
They about to beat him? I'm scared. Ah! I'm scared. Ah! I'm scared. Ah! Oh my god.
Son of a bitch.
Oh lord. Oh. Police brutality!
Jesus Christ.
Oh. Police brutality! Ah! Oh my god.
Oh, wait, hold up. I didn't realize there was more.
Ah!
There we go. Oh, yeah, Dune 2. That's kind of a weird time for Dune 2 to come out, but that's cool. I'm excited for that as well.
If I hear so much as a mouse fart in here the rest of the night, I swear by God and Sonny Jesus, you will all visit the infirmary. Every last motherfucker in here. I swear by God and Sonny Jesus, you will all visit the infirmary.
Said Mr. Krabs.
I'd be done for.
The infirmary.
I'd be done for. I have mouse farts. Just little toots and you're screwed.
Take that tub of shit down to the infirmary.
Just little toots and you're screwed.
Take that tub of shit. Take that tub of shit. Take that tub of shit down to the infirmary.
The infirmary?
That's a hospital. I don't know why I thought they were going to throw him in a fire pit or something. And I heard Inferno.
His first night in the joint, Andrew Dufresne cost me 2 packs of cigarettes.
Yeah, Mr. Jingles will get you, man. It's supposed to be November, but that strike. Oh, got it. Interesting. I'm surprised they didn't just push it to the next November, but that's fair.
His first night in the joint, Andrew Dufresne cost me 2 packs of cigarettes.
Jerk.
Damn.
He never made a sound.
He never paid me back for those cigarettes either.
Yeah, because he did.
Maple's crazy.
Yeah, because he did that. I feel like he did that. I'm thinking he did.
Jesus, take your time.
I'm thinking he did.
Joker 2. I'm excited for that. He was serving up them hands. Mr. Krabs. No, literally the strike. No, I believe you meant it. I think Warner Bros. Didn't want to overshadow Wonka. Oh, it's doing well? Oh, I heard otherwise. Interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, I hope that's, yeah. I hope it lives up to the first one as well. Obviously, if it doesn't, then it is what it is, but I'm not going to assume it's not going to based on how good the first one was. Man, this is why this movie's 2.5 hours long. I'm not mad at it.
Gosh, they move them like cows. I gotta grab my chapstick. Okay, guys, what's for lunch?
I don't necessarily care about, like, the realism of the movie. I just like Joker because I think it's just a very good movie, you know? Like, I don't feel like... If I have to defend the movie by saying that, well, it's realistic, it sounds like I'm making an excuse for a mediocre movie. Like, it's like, I defend it by just saying it's great. It's like, you know... It's like, Joker wasn't good. Well, yeah, it was. Did you watch it? Like, it's just a good movie. Like, the things about it in it, those things are good.
A little baguette.
That's interesting. Yeah, feel good family movie when people want to go see it. That's fair. That's fair. That makes a lot of sense.
Some mac and cheese, veggies. And I love nuggets. Yummy.
Are you going to eat that?
Hadn't planned on it.
Do you mind?
Yeah, Shaboy. That's basically the Joker sitting on a laptop posting on Reddit, or someone else mentioned 4chan. That's basically what we got in The Batman with Riddler. Yeah, knocking a movie because it's not realistic is like knocking Braveheart because it's not historically accurate. Yeah, exactly right. Like, it's just a good movie. Who cares? And yeah, the new one's gonna be a musical, which I'm like, hey, that could be good. I could see it. You know, like, I have it in my head in a way that's corny, in a way that's not, you know, and if it was gonna not be corny there is something to be said for introducing the Harley Quinn character and then having us see, like, we already played with the whole reality isn't what it's supposed to be in Joker's mind in the first movie. So if you're going to do a sequel, we don't want just a repeat of the first movie, right? That's what everyone always bitches about with Star Wars, is everything's just a New Hope again. So instead, like, let's do something quite different, but in that, you know, that still feels like it's a sequel and connected. And you can play with, like, okay, we've got this person who's insane. We have two of them now. And we could play with how they see the world. And it could be kind of like that episode of Scrubs where the lady had a brain injury and so she thought everything was a musical. I could see us fucking with that. Like, I could see doing some dark, creepy, like, fun but weird, and like you're having a good time but you're also kind of sad. A little bit like what they played with in, you know, the Suicide Squad, right? Like, they have some, you know, extra reality things that Harley Quinn sees the world differently than other people do. Like, you could play with it. So we'll see. It could suck, but yeah. What's up, Joan? Blast from the past. I haven't seen you in forever. Going through musical therapy or something. Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Clockwork Orange and New York, New York. That should go on the banner. That's an incredible sales pitch right there. It's a little bit like Clockwork Orange meets New York, New York. Like, genius. I love it. I like it. I ain't mad at it, honestly. Like I said, it could suck.
Do you mind?
It absolutely could suck, but it doesn't have to suck.
Yeah, that's nice and ripe.
Gross. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go watch it and give it a chance to not suck.
Jake says thank you.
Fell out of his nest over by the plate shop.
Fell out of his nest over by the plate shop.
I'm gonna look out after him until he's big enough to fly. Oh, no, here he comes.
Morning, fellas. Morning, fellas. Morning. Morning, fellas. Fine morning, isn't it? You know why it's a fine morning, don't you? Come on, set them down. I want them all lined up here, just like a pretty little chorus line.
Been painting portraits. Fun. That's awesome.
Don't you? Come on, set them down. I want them all lined up here, just like a pretty little chorus line. Yes. Richmond, Virginia.
Smell my ass.
It smells fine. Gee, Red, I was terrible shame about your horse coming in last and all. Well, I sure do love that winning horse of mine now. I believe I owe that boy a great big sloppy kiss when I see him.
Give him some cigarettes.
Hey, Tyrell, you pulling infirmary duty this week? How's that horse of mine? How's that horse of mine doing anyway? Good.
Adley busted his head up pretty good. Doc had already gone home for the night.
Yeah, that is a very that's a very consistent facial transition in watching Shawshank for sure. Jake is not the MVP. Jake fucking left my man Brooks alone, all sad. Brooks would probably still be around if Jake wasn't a trifling ass hoe. So no, down with Jake. Jake's a snake. Index finger must be killing you. I've been lucky, not so much.
Poor bastard laid there till this morning. By then, hell, it wasn't nothing we could do. Poor bastard laid there till this morning. By then, hell, it wasn't nothing we could do.
I don't even need that part.
Oh my god, they killed him. They killed him. That's murder. Oh my god, they killed him. That's murder.
Name.
What line of work was I in before YouTube? I didn't really have a line of work. My plan was to do YouTube, and so I started doing DoorDash so that I had time to start doing YouTube and work at the same time, or like, you know, in the same day. So, you know, before I was doing YouTube, I was doing that for like 2 years, so I could like get in a position where I could do this full time.
They murdered him.
What'd you say? I was just wondering if anyone knew his name.
Actually, Jake is a literal
Fuck
joker.
do you care, new fish? Doesn't fucking matter what his name was. He's dead.
What if he wasn't actually guilty?
Doesn't fucking matter what his name was. He's dead. He's dead.
What if he wasn't actually guilty? Like, what if he didn't actually... Guys, I see what this movie's doing to me. Actually.
Doesn't fucking matter what his name was. He's dead.
What if he wasn't actually guilty? Like, what if he didn't actually... Guys, I see what this movie's doing to me. Wait, like... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Try to avoid the dongs. Butts and dongs. I think Andy did it. So does Maple. She really did it. Like, I think when the guy finally like confesses to having done it is literally when Maple goes, "Oh, what? He was innocent?" Which I think is pretty awesome. Are they gonna do Sherlock? No. Doesn't matter what his name was because he would never learn it. He's credited as fat ass. Damn, that's rough. That is rough. That's why you should learn someone's name so they at least they don't have to go in the obituary as fat ass.
Anybody come at you yet?
Wait.
Anybody get to you yet? Yeah, we all need friends in here. Anybody get to you yet?
I think this scene is cut the same way from every reactor ever because it's like we all cut to the dialogue shots they give us that were useful but also don't have any man ass in them.
Hey, we all need friends in here. I could be a friend to you.
Oh, we got man ass. Do I have a quick, easy way to deal with this? It's so short. Who cares? Don't want it. Whatever.
Hard to get. Hard to get. I like that.
Okay.
Andy kept pretty much to himself at first.
Yeah, you know who I am. You know who I am. I played fat ass on Shawshank Redemption. God damn it. You put some respect on my name. What would Red do if he pulled up the beach just to see Andy left more notes for him to follow? That'd be the best. He's got him trailblazing across the world, but each note has like just enough money to get him to the next place. Yeah, I put that on my resume for everything. Gonna go work at a bank. I played fat ass.
I guess he had a lot on his mind, trying to adapt to life on the inside. Wasn't. Andy kept pretty much to himself at first. I guess he had a lot on his mind, trying to adapt to life on the inside. Wasn't until a month went by that he finally opened his mouth. Wasn't until a month went by that he finally opened his mouth to say more than 2 words to somebody. As it turned out, that somebody was me.
It's just good editing, good directing.
he like scoping the place out?
Just trying to escape.
Getting a feel for everybody?
Andy Dufresne.
Wife-killing banker. Why'd you do it?
Thomas Newman's score is so ubiquitous as a temp track that it overloads the copyright checker. Yeah, I hope so, because that freaking Thomas Newman song is maybe my favorite single piece of score music of all time. It's just the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. Incredible. Mark Ralston always played the bad guy really well. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he played a lot of bad guys. Yeah, hopefully it'd be weird if he was playing bad guys and was a bad guy. Like, what the fuck? Red, I left you $1.50 to take the bus to the airport. There you will find a small shoebox in it. And that has $10 to pay for your airfare. And then plus an extra 25 cents to buy yourself a coffee.
Why'd you do it?
I didn't, since you ask.
You gonna fit right in. Everybody in is innocent, you know.
How does he smuggle the rock hammer in? They do it through the laundry. So like the mail guy will collect the mail and drop it off in the laundry. Or how does it work? No, laundry guy gets it, I think, smuggled in from like some backdoor delivery guy, and or the police sometimes. A laundry guy will go and give it to the guy who's doing the mail drop off rounds, and then mail drop off guy will go and be like, "Hey, you got some mail?"
Know that? Hey, what you in here for?
Didn't do it. Lawyer fucked me.
Everybody in is innocent, you know that? Hey, what you in here for?
Didn't do it. Lawyer fucked me. Lawyer fucked me. Lawyer fucked me.
Rumor has it you're a real cold fish. You think your shit smells sweeter than most. Is that right?
What do you think?
I'll tell you the truth. I hadn't made up my mind.
I understand you're a man that knows how to get things.
I won't disagree that they did have a lot of liberties for a maximum security castle, but I think that it seemed like it was relatively understaffed, and that because the warden was stealing money, so they probably were getting by on a lot less amenities than they should have, which made it harder for like the small staff to be able to keep an eye on everything. And that probably then also is a feeding loop of why they were so violent, and why the warden probably gave his second-hand man like carte blanche to, handle things whatever way you see fit. Because if I can save some money, from the prison and embezzle it, to myself, then I don't got to worry about, paying enough guys. But I do need the guys I do have to be scary enough to keep, from prison riots happening. But it's a lot of, I'm spitballing, who knows?
I'm known to locate certain things from time to time.
Corrections officer, should you do it? No, you should not. But what am I going to tell you, man? Like, no, you shouldn't. Like, if you got to feed yourself and your family, that's between you and God.
I'm known to locate certain things from time to time.
I wonder if you might get me a rock hammer.
What?
I wonder if you might get me a rock hammer.
What?
A rock.
What is it and why? What is it and why?
What do you care?
Well, if it was a toothbrush, I wouldn't ask questions. I just quote a price. But then a toothbrush is a non-lethal object, isn't it?
Fair enough.
Right, yeah. Every border is an opportunity for someone to mark up price, for sure. Anything can be smuggled anywhere if there's a gain. Yeah, that's true.
Rock hammer is about 6 or 7 inches long. It's like a miniature pickaxe.
Yeah, a miniature pickaxe that's 6 or 7 inches long will absolutely kill a man, by the way.
Rocks.
Rocks. Quartz.
Rocks.
Rocks. Quartz.
Quartz. Nothing like a shale? Limestone.
So?
I'm a rock hound. At least I was my whole life. I'd like to be a kind of
I'm a rock hound.
No, sir. I have no enemies, sir.
No? Wait a while. Where it gets around.
Okay, so
That wasn't my old life. I'd like to be kind of limited basis.
Or maybe you'd like to sink your toe into somebody's skull.
No, sir. I have no enemies here.
No? Wait a while.
Uh-oh.
Word gets around. Sisters have taken quite a liking. Sisters have taken quite a liking to you. Especially Boggs.
He wants to touch you.
Explain to them I'm not.
But
Explain to them I'm not.
who
Neither are they.
doesn't matter. He wants to touch your butthole because he's a man. And he'll put his weenie. And he'll put his weenie in any hole.
Understand.
He will.
If I were you, I'd grow eyes in the back of my head. Grow eyes in the back of my head.
I'm sorry, guys. That's a joke.
Well, that's free. You understand my concern.
Oh, song's going in.
Well, if there's any trouble, I won't use the rock hammer, okay?
Then I'd guess you want to escape. Tunnel under the wall, maybe. If I missed something here, it was funny.
You'll understand when you see the rock hammer. Well, if there's any trouble, I won't use the rock hammer, okay?
Then I'd guess you want to escape. Tunnel under the wall, maybe. If I missed something here, it was funny.
You'll understand when you see the rock hammer.
What's an item like this usually go for?
$7 from your rock and gem shop?
My normal markup is 20%. But this is a specialty item. Price goes up. Let's make it even $10.
10 each.
Waste of money, if you ask me. Why is that? Folks around this joint love surprise inspections. You find it, you don't lose it. They do catch you with it, you don't know me. You mention my name, we never do business again. Not for shoelaces or stick it on me. You got that?
Understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Red. Name's Red.
Red.
Mr.
Why
Red.
do they call you that?
Maybe it's because I'm Irish. Maybe it's because I'm Irish.
That's true. The booty warrior is out here.
I'm a little
Like some of the boys took him for snobby.
scared for his butthole.
For snobby. For snobby.
Scared for his butthole. His
Probably the most instances of the word butthole in our entire discography.
scared for his butthole.
About him.
A little.
A walk and a talk that just wasn't normal around here. He strolled like a man in the park without a care or worry in the world.
Hey, what's up, Campbell?
He didn't do it.
He strolled like a man in the park without a care or a worry in the world. Like
Maybe
had
he
on an
didn't do it.
coat that
He's
shielded
either a psychopath.
I think it would be fair to say I liked Andy from the start.
He liked Andy from the start, and he liked the other guy from the start. He's a real good guy sniffer.
Okay. Okay.
Let's go. Some of us got a schedule.
Yeah, here's the backdoor delivery man. It's the name of the band I was in high school.
He may like him, but he's either scary or scary psychopath or completely disassociated, or he didn't do it.
Or third,
Dated.
unlikely.
Or he didn't do it.
How you doing? How's the wife treat you?
YouTube short that? Yeah, I'll try. Oh, how funny. Yeah, so what was that, about a year ago then? Yeah, see. The guy gets it from the backdoor delivery man, moves it through the laundry, and then... Oh, there you go. he did it through the bed sheets in that one. Later on, it gets done through the mail delivery.
Red. Red.
Do I even fucking need this stuff?
Red.
I'm not so sure I do.
Associated, or he didn't do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut all this. I just realized like none of this is important. I don't need to see exactly how he got it. I got caught up in answering the chat question. Yeah, Chad and the Backdoor Boys, yeah. Made by the only person to be super suspicious of someone Morgan Freeman tells you to like. I know, right? That's so funny. And he was only man to swim 2 miles through raw shit. Only come out clean. That is pretty suspicious. Is this already on Patreon? Yes, it is. Not edited, obviously. I'm doing that, but yeah, it's already on Patreon. Cut to the rolled up poster in the bed later without showing how someone got it there. Yeah, they do that, by the way. That is a thing. But it's because they kept showing it, so they just say, you know, they have to show you once or twice to make you believe that it could happen.
And it was right.
And then after you are on board, then they can just do it, and you'll go, yeah, they did it through means that we've seen.
And it was right. I finally got the joke. It will take a man about 600 years to tunnel under the wall with one of these.
Nope. Only take you about 20. Oh, yeah. And then mail is involved because it's how Red gets it to Andy.
Or would it?
Oh. I remember I was all stressed out when I saw this part. I thought Maple was going to guess the ending. I was like, no.
With one of these.
Or would it?
It had to be room service who placed it. Book.
This old man is so cute. This old man is so cute.
Uh-oh. Death flags.
Feeding his little... Feeding his little...
All right, we'll just go straight to this.
Good friend. Here's your book.
Yeah. Brooks is a lovely man.
Afraid. We're running low on hexite. Get on back and fetch us up some.
What is hexite?
I love that giant wicker basket. Did you guys see that? Where can I get me one of those?
When did Escape from Alcatraz take place? I thought that took place like a million years ago. I thought that was like in the 40s or something. When was that? No one's even gonna see that wicker basket. I've never seen that in my life.
I love that giant wicker basket. Did you guys see that?
I bet they didn't.
See that? Where can I get me one of those? Oh God. Oh God. I'd be clenching my ass so hard.
Ridiculous, Maple.
I would be doing squats every day in my room and hip thrusts. So that way my ass cracks. So that way.
You know what?
So that way my ass crack.
So at least people who watched Shawshank on this channel before are going to get a very different experience the second time around. Oh, man. Yeah, Maple in the Baskets for sure. 79, just a couple years later, he wrote this. Oh, you're talking about the movie. I get it now. Okay, that's fair. No, you're probably right. Probably true. Eating lunch next to that guy. I mean, to be honest with you, it's probably more awkward to play Boggs in this movie than it is to play Andy.
Get this in your eyes.
So tight. My ass crack.
Get this in your eyes.
So tight. I'm scared for him.
I'm scared. Scared for our audience. Oh my god.
Ah, this is terrible. Ah, this is terrible.
That ass crack bandit, dude. That's it. Yeah, there's so much stuff for YouTube Shorts.
That's it. You fight. Better that way.
Ew. Ew.
I don't need the ew.
You're disgusting.
Let's just...
Ew.
Yeah, we'll just do that.
You're disgusting. That guy belongs in there. But in there. But he needs to be locked up somewhere else.
I wish I could tell you that Andy fought the good fight, and the sisters let him be. I wish I could tell you that, but prison is no fairy tale world.
Gosh, that reminds me of Cumtown talking about this. How did it go? Let me make sure it's not too offensive. Coming down from Cumtown.
Cool.
Sweet.
Boys bacon.
It's just a noise. You didn't even say a word. You're like, how raspy.
We got angels. A bit too.
Morgan Freeman's been old forever. That's a hack bit, but
he has.
That's true.
Wait, someone told me Sam Jackson's first movie role was at like 55 years old or something.
Yeah. Andy came into Shawshank with the schoolboy luster, the 8-year-olds I used to penetrate. You see that?
Yeah, that's a good.
The Shawshank Redemption.
I wish I could tell you, Andy.
He never said who did it, but we all knew. Things went on like that for a while. Things went on like that for a while. Prison life consists of routine. And then more routine. Every so often, Andy would show up with fresh bruises.
You help Maple with her other videos. I do not.
The
She does
sisters
her own
kept
other
at it.
videos. She does her own editing.
The sisters kept at him. Sometimes he was able to fight him off. Sometimes not.
God, this movie's so fucking good.
And that's how it went for Andy. That was his routine.
I used to say that The Shining was my favorite Stephen King adaptation, but I think it's this. I think this is the number one. Like, I don't even know. I don't even think it's close. Like, I like this movie way more than The Shining. What the hell am I talking about? Like, this movie is so good, dude. It's just really good. I think the only thing I don't like about it is I think the ending is overly sappy. It gets wrapped up a little too neat in a bow. But that's the thing I probably like more about The Shining. But this movie just like I'm just locked in whenever it's on. I'm not like sitting there going, ooh, that's really good for a movie of its time. Like I'm just nope, that still is great. If this was released today, I would be like, this movie fucks, you know? So good, man. Hey, did I miss a comment? Where did that come from? Where did what come from? What about well, I mean, obviously, Maximum Overdrive is like, you know, the ipso facto number one. Everywhere, like when you have to exclude that one because that's the very clear winner. But after that, you can talk about, you know, what the next best movie is after Maximum Overdrive.
I do believe those first 2 years were the worst for him.
Yeah, I know that, Joan, and I talked to Maple about that, and I said I much prefer that ending. I like that ending a lot more because it opens with Morgan Freeman not having hope, and then at the end, Andy has given him the hope, and that is the tie up to the story. Not will they, you know, be bromies in Mexico.
I do believe those first 2 years were the worst for him.
I also love this like way of delivering the dialogue of him hitting you with, like, just I think those first 2 years were the worst. We so far have been watching everything that has taken place is only over the course of a couple of days. And then eventually like a couple of weeks, it seems like, or maybe a week or something like that. And then when he hits you with that 2 years out of nowhere, it just shows you how cheap, like he doesn't make a big deal out of like it was 2 whole years, like, and you don't really understand, like you're like, yeah, it's 2 life sentences, but I assume it's going to be about how he gets exonerated or how he escapes like before his double life sentence. So when that first 2 years is thrown at you like nothing, you're like, oh my God, like 2 years is a long fucking time. And it's like, you don't even know, dude. Like it's going to be a lot longer. This is still, you know, in his mind, this would be like just the very, very tip at the beginning of his stay here. You never heard of Maximum Overdrive? Oh, you're missing out. Are we doing that JFK sequel to The Shining, the one with James Franco? I've never heard of this. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's true. Not everyone knows how to adapt him. I think that's very true.
And I also believe if things had gone on that way, this place would have got the best of him. And I also believe if things had gone on that way, this place would have got the best of him.
This is normally more exposition than I would keep, but it's important.
The powers that be decided that
the roof of the license plate factory needs resurfacing.
The
roof of the license plate factory needs resurfacing.
And thus the privatized prison became very profitable.
I need a dozen volunteers for a week's work. As you know,
no, I agree with that. I don't think Stephen King is like a great filmmaker. I think he's, you know, a novelist. And yeah, he needs to like work with people who know how to translate his stuff into what makes a good movie, because he doesn't know what makes a good movie. He just knows, you know, a bad one when he sees one, like the average person.
Special detail goes with it.
And he doesn't really know a good one when he sees it either, to be honest with you. I mean, like him shit talking. If I had made the book The Shining and then had seen Kubrick's movie of my book, I would have said, oh, he understood things I didn't understand and he improved my book, and now there's like a very good movie. But instead, his complaint has mostly come down to, that's not what I wrote. And it's like, well, shut the fuck up. Like, I'm sorry, Kubrick's better than you. He just is.
It was outdoor detail. And May is one damn fine month to be working outdoors.
Stay in line there.
More than 100 men volunteered for the job. More than 100 men volunteered for the job.
Wallace E. Unger. Ellis Redding.
Wouldn't you know it? Me and some fellas I know were among the names called. Wouldn't you know it? Me and some fellas I know were among the names called.
Andrew Dufresne.
Only cost us a pack of smokes per man. I mean, my usual 20%, of course.
So this big shot lawyer calls me long distance from Texas. I say, yeah? He says, sorry to inform you, but your brother just died.
That's interesting. Yeah, but again, like, I understand that he has like a personal connection with why he wrote the story he did, but like, it's still just a way better movie. It's just way better.
Oh, damn, Byron, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not even an asshole. Ran off years ago. Figured him
No.
So anyway, this lawyer fella says to me, your brother died a rich man.
That looks kind of satisfying. I don't know why.
$1 million.
$1 million?
Yeah.
Oily mop.
Some asshole.
She's literally talking over every important line of dialogue that I need. Every time he says a line I want to keep is when she says something right there and then right there. That's so fun.
Your brother died a rich man.
That looks kind of satisfying. I don't know why.
$1 million.
$1 million?
Yeah.
Oily mop.
Some asshole's gift.
$1 million? $1 million?
Yeah. Fucking incredible how lucky some assholes get.
Jeez Louise, you gonna see any of that?
35,000. That's what he left me.
All right, we'll start there.
Only cost us a pack of smokes per man.
Jeez Louise, you gonna see any of that?
Is that Ron Howard?
Jeez Louise.
Doesn't that kind of look like Ron Howard? I agree, by the way. It is really funny how he's like, yeah, we would do anything to get some outdoor work. I'm like, oh man, this looks like really tough work. This looks really fucked up. Yeah, he was like, luckily, you know, we got to bribe some people and they gave us the outdoor working with hot tar on a roof work. It's like, Jesus, man, like, who'd you do to piss off? God. Yeah, I don't think it's him either, but man, it really does look like him though. He looks like some other actor too. I'm using the restroom. I'll be right back. Bryce Dallas and Chastain. I mean, it depends on what movie you catch him in, but I can see the similarities. Okay, so he's just kind of a working actor. Oh, you're right. That is exactly who he looks like. Yep, the RoboCop guy. Mm-hmm. Yep. I was like, man, he looks so familiar. Who does he look like? And I think Dave is exactly right. It'd be nice if I had him pre-goo. Uh-huh. Yep. I think he may be correct. Yeah, I've probably seen him just like in little bit parts here and there and stuff. Did I hear about Ashton Kutcher? I did not. She should have tissues.
Please, you gonna see any of that?
35,000. 35,000. That's what he left me.
Dollars?
Dollars?
Holy shit, that's great. That's like winning the sweepstakes.
This guy, Mr. Krabs, by the way, is a real fucking crab. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I just got $35,000. I'm so angry. It's like, well, then never mind. Just don't take the 35. Like, what's wrong with you? It's so crazy. Whatever. Okay, I probably know him from ER mostly. That's very true. That was definitely like a family show that we watched when I was a kid. Can't find it. I forgot to get his name. He knew his girlfriend got murdered and lied about it? Why would you lie about that? What do you like about the editing part of your job? That I get to do it sitting down. I don't have to be on a hot roof during the summertime. Yeah, when I was a kid, we watched a lot of crap.
Shit, what do you think the government's gonna do to me? Take a big wet bite out of my ass is what?
Poor Barry. Terrible fucking luck, huh?
Some people really got it awful. Some people really got it awful. Some people really got it awful.
Andy, you nuts? Keep your eyes on your mouth. Andy, you nuts? Keep your eyes on your mouth, man. Andy.
Well, all right, you're gonna pay some taxes, but you'll still end up with...
Oh, yeah. Maybe enough to buy a new car, and then what? I gotta pay tax on the car. Repair, maintenance.
Well, then don't buy a car. Jesus.
Damn kids pestering you to take them for a ride all the time?
What, did you not have a car at all?
At the end of the year, you figure the tax wrong, you gotta pay them out of your own pocket.
Man, this guy, I mean, just what? I mean, I'm a Debbie Downer, but this guy takes it to a new level, dude. It's so corny. You're like, come on. Someone is literally just gifting you money and you're going to find 50 things to be mad about that you're getting free money and like not an insubstantial amount, which by the way, to this day, 35,000 would be a really nice amount of money, but he's getting like so much more than that. What fucking year? Let's see. What year is Shawshank Redemption in? What's it set in? 1947. $35,000 in 1947. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. He's getting $483,000 in today's dollars. What the fuck? What? Yeah, $35,000 in 1947 is equivalent to $480,000. And he's like, man, Jesus, that sucks. Aw, fuck me. Like, shut up. Shut up.
At the end of the year, you figure the tax wrong, you gotta pay them out of your own pocket.
Well, then don't figure it yourself. You just made a bunch of money. Pay a tax guy. Jesus. Oh my God. Yeah, poor Byron. Some people just can't get a break, man. Yeah, exactly. I would take 35,000 right now and be super happy, but 400,000, I mean, my God, dude. It's got that Mr. Krabs mentality. That's exactly right, dude. That's the SpongeBob people saw this movie and were like, "Oh, we've got our Mr. Krabs. We've got him."
I tell you, Uncle
Yeah, they bought their
Sam
house for 3 nickels and a firm handshake for sure.
Squeezes your tit till it's purple.
Squeezes your tits till it's purple. I hate that.
You said Rich getting yourself killed. Keep talking. No. Some brother. Shit.
Hey! Hey!
Andy was doing the creep, by the way, though. The way he was walking. Don't walk like that, Andy. By the way, can we talk about how Tim Robbins is tall as hell? Look how tall he is. Unless these guys are all just real short. But the way he's walking, look at him. Arms down, not swinging. Look, he looks like he's gonna strangle him. He looks like a psycho. If I was the cops, look at that fucking expression on his face. If I was the fucking guards, I would have been very put out that he was doing this too. Andy, you could be different. What were you doing? Were you coming to grab my shoulder? Like, just say, hey, hey, over there. I have something to tell you. This is insane. And then he's going to have the fucking audacity to act surprised that they had a big reaction. That's creepy as hell. Fucking oaf. So funny. Yeah, it follows. Totally, dude. Yeah, Clancy Brown ain't short. They probably had to get Clancy Brown because Tim Robbins was so goddamn tall. They didn't want to have the guard looking up to him. So that's probably why they had to get the fucking Kurgan up in here. Yeah, cut the credits. Yeah, no shit. He walks the same way in Mystic River. Yeah, Robbins and the Kurgan are both tall. It makes those other guys look so short. They're probably like normal sized dudes, but they all look like they're 5'4". It's Jason without the mask. That's very true. Very true.
Mr. Hadley, do you trust your wife? Do you trust your wife?
I hate it. I remember hating editing this scene for Ariana because it's a lot of exposition given very slowly. So it's a huge pain to like trim down.
Oh, that's funny. You're gonna look funnier sucking my. Oh, that's funny. You're gonna look funnier sucking my dick with no teeth.
What I mean is, do you think she'd go behind your back, try to hamstring you?
Also, again, Andy, why do you say things like this? That's for him to decide. You could just give him the information and then tell him, as long as you have someone you can trust, like maybe your wife. Don't open with, do you trust, like, Stephen King, come on, man. This is crazy. Andy's an idiot.
That's it. Step aside, Mert, this fucker's... Step aside, Mert, this fucker's having himself an accident.
You don't push him off the roof.
Step aside, Mert, this fucker's having...
Because if you do trust her, there's no reason you can't keep that 35,000. Because if you do trust her, there's no reason you can't keep that 35,000.
What did you say?
Yeah, they really should have said he was autistic. That would have made a lot more sense. They just keep saying that he's cold and that he's just kind of, you know... Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you map autism onto him, a lot of things about him actually start to make a lot more sense now that I think about it. It really kind of clears up most of his behavior.
35,000.
All of it.
All of it.
All of it.
All of it.
Every penny.
Well, yeah, he's a finance man.
Sigma
Well, yeah, he's
music.
a finance man.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. That's so... I'll bet it already exists. It probably already exists. That's so funny. Oh, man. It's true they didn't believe in auto or know about autism back then, but for the movie's sake, they could have said there was at least just like, there's something different about it. I mean, I guess they do in so many words. That's true. That's true. Do you trust your wife?
To keep all that money, give it to your wife. The IRS allows a one-time only. The IRS allows a one-time only gift to your spouse for up to $60,000.
Bullshit. Tax-free?
This sounds like a commercial. Bullshit. Tax-free? Tax-free. You see, the IRS will allow. Just use.
For up to $60,000.
Bullshit. Tax-free?
Tax-free. IRS can't touch 1 cent.
We're up to $60,000.
Bullshit. Tax-free?
Tax-free. IRS can't touch 1 cent.
What? What?
His wife, aren't you? His wife, aren't you?
Hey, do it. I would.
So I can
Yeah,
step in here
please.
with you?
Yeah,
Step in here
please.
with you?
Perfectly legal. Go ask the IRS. They'll say the same thing.
Yeah.
Actually, I feel stupid telling you this.
Yes, hooking him up with TurboTax. Yeah, tax free from Geico. Yeah, I know this poor guy became TurboTax for everybody. This whole little stunt cost him a lot more than some beers. A lot more than some beers. It's fucked up.
I'm sure you would have investigated the matter yourself.
Yeah, fucking A. I don't need no smart wife killing banker to tell
What?
me.
That's so nice. Up to $65,000.
Perfectly legal. Go ask the IRS. They'll say the same thing.
Banker to tell
What?
me.
That's so nice. Up to $65,000.
Someone to set up the tax-free gift for you. That'll cost you. A lawyer, for example.
Bunch of ball-washing bastards.
This conversation they're having is so weird. Also, ball washing. Is there something wrong with washing your balls, sir? Do you skip the balls when you wash?
That'll cost you. A lawyer, for example.
Bunch of ball-washing bastards.
It's like a weird conversation they're having. He's like, yeah, you're right. As he's about to push him off the roof. You're right. They're a bunch of ball-washing bastards. You're like, okay, yeah, I agree. Sure, whatever. Now what?
I suppose I could set it up. I suppose I could set it up for you. That would save you some money. If you get the forms, I'll prepare them for you. Nearly free of charge. Prepare them for you. Nearly free of charge. Nearly free of charge.
The Kurgan, man.
I'd only ask 3 beers apiece for each of my co-workers. I'd only ask 3 beers apiece for each of my co-workers.
Co-workers, get him. That's rich, ain't it?
A man working outdoors feels more like a man if you can have a bottle of suds.
You have a bottle of suds. It's just the worst phrase ever. You can have a bottle of suds. It just sounds so stupid.
A man working outdoors feels more like a man if you can have a bottle of suds.
Yeah, agrees aggressively, right? Ball washing's for Nancy boys. That's it. Do you trust your balls? You shouldn't. Oh, man. That is true. It is how he was able to. That's very true. That's a good point. It's what leads him to the end of the movie. Very good point. Brought to you by Manscaped. And then eats Andy up. Someone who washes other people's balls. Yeah, that tracks. That'd make more sense. Bunch of ball washing bastards. I guess so. It's still weird though. Like lawyers? Like, okay. There were ball boys at the golf course who cleaned your balls. Ah, I get it now. That makes more sense. Ball washing. And they probably like had those kinds of jobs as kids while they were like, you know, being reared into becoming lawyers like their fathers. A bunch of ball washing bastards. That's funny. It is funny how like insults change over time because the points of references get lost. At a certain point, like we just don't even know what it's making reference to anymore. So you're like, what the hell is that about? What does this mean? Golf explains it all. Start yelling, I'm ball washer. Come wash my balls. Yeah, that's true. Right. Yeah. Something about washing balls. I don't know. And they threw Andy off the roof.
It's only my opinion.
Bye. What are you Jimmy staring at? Back to work. Let's go, work.
I was staring at you about to murder somebody over the gift. Over the gift to your wife. gift to your wife, taxes. I don't know. That is this. It's not the. It's not the guy. It's the other. That is this. That is this. It's not the. It's not the guy. It's not the right guy.
The last day of
I know she references it a bunch, so I figured I'll just keep them all in because she
the convict crew that
keeps getting better looks at his face, and she's like, "That's not him."
started the plate factory roof in the spring of '49. Wound up sitting in a row at 10 o'clock in the morning, drinking icy cold Bohemian style beer.
Bohemian style beer.
Wound up sitting in a row at 10 o'clock in the morning,
Hey, it's that guy from The Sopranos.
drinking
And that guy from all that other stuff.
icy cold Bohemia style beer.
Oh wait, hold on.
Wound up sitting in a row at 10 o'clock in the morning,
That's that guy I know from things, but I can't remember his name.
drinking icy cold Bohemia style beer.
Oh, not Bohemian. Bohemia.
Oh, you just wasted some beer, bro.
Crew that ever walked a turn at Shawshank State Prison.
Pick up while it's cold, ladies.
The girls also prick even managed to sound like mouth. We sat and drank with the sun on our shoulders and felt like free men.
I guess I don't need what's his face. I'll just cut straight to homie
We
saying
sat
this.
and drank with the sun on our shoulders and felt like free men.
Bottles of suds for all. Yeah, jaywalker is a good example. It's a slur. It's just no one cares because nobody calls anyone Jays anymore. What IPA are they drinking, right? Oh, Richie April. Yep, that's who it is. Yeah, maybe this was before gift tax existed also because, like, I guess he's saying gift tax doesn't kick in until after a certain amount. But, man, $400,000 is under the amount? That seems insane. I give him a Coors Light for what a shitty job they did.
Hell, we could have been tarring the roof of one of our own houses. We were the lords of all. We were the lords of all creation.
We are the kings and queens of promise. I don't know why that always makes me think of that.
As for Andy, he spent that break hunkered in the shade. A strange, wrinkled smile on his face.
Yeah, he's got a strange little autistic smile on his face. I mean, God damn it. Now that you say it, dude. I never thought about it. I guess it's one of those things where it feels like, unless specifically specified in a story, you would always assume that the person doesn't have a certain mental thing going on. But like if you map autism to him so much away, like literally everything he ever does is like, oh yeah, of course. Like he makes perfect sense all of a sudden. That's so funny.
His little smile on his face. Watching us drink his
Princes of the Universe, right? Oh my God. No, I can't stop seeing it now. It's root beer. That'd be really fucked up. Yeah, gift tax is $10K.
Yeah.
Want a cold one, Andy? No, thanks. Gave up drinking. Want a cold one, Andy? No, thanks. Gave up drinking.
I mean, in the movie, it's supposed to just kind of make you go, wow, Andy is such a bro. Like, he did that. He almost got murdered just so he could help out the homies and not even partake in the beer. What a homie.
That's nice.
See, that's what they want you to do. They want you to go, that's nice.
You could argue he'd done it to curry favor with the guards. Or maybe make a few friends among us cons.
Well, it's like, yeah, it's a lot easier to play autistic than that's what he means by don't go full. You know, it's like, he even says, I think, he names, what do you call it? Dustin Hoffman in Rain Man, yeah, and he's like autistic, maybe, you know, it's like, yeah, like, or and same kind of thing with Forrest Gump, where he's like, you know, yeah, he's, you know, a little slow, maybe. So it's like, right, if you play it like that, then that's fine. But if the whole byline of your character says Chad, Gloria, retarded, then it's like that's a tough one. Like that doesn't work out too well in most movies. Andy Dufresne. Yeah, there you go. Me? I think it was because the last time he drank, he got himself landed in fucking Shawshank, even though he didn't do nothing wrong.
Me?
What's up, Chris?
I think he did it just to... Me? I think he did it just to feel normal again. If only... if only for a short while.
Coors. Brought to you by...
I think he did it just to feel normal again.
Sometimes this is like one of those fucking Rick and Morty cookie commercials. Maybe you just want to take a sip of feeling normal again. I know I do.
If only for a short while.
Coors Light.
This movie is cool.
Feel normal again. There's so many weird ads in this movie.
This movie is cool.
Yeah, this is when I think she started to realize that, like, maybe it's not the most appropriate movie to be cracking jokes the whole time.
Chess. Kings.
What?
Civilized, strategic.
And a total fucking mystery. I hate it.
Well, maybe let me teach you someday.
Sure.
I've been thinking of getting a board together.
Yeah, that's nice.
Right man.
I'm not as crazy about, like... Like I don't know. I like it. It doesn't do like an ASMR thing for me or whatever though. Some people are really crazy about it.
Things, right?
We might do business on board. I want to carve the pieces myself. One side in alabaster, the opposing side in soapstone. What do you think? I think it'll take years. Years I got. Well, I don't have the rock. I can put a cylinder on. Pebbles, mostly.
And we can be kind of friends, aren't we? Yeah, I guess. And we can be kind of friends, aren't we?
So this is interesting because like as a scenescape happening, I keep going, oh hey, cool, we're already here. But the movie is like 2.5 hours long, but it just cooks. It just moves the whole time. You never feel slow or bored. You're always like, okay, we're moving. And I saw Poor Things, and I used this as the alternate example of how like Poor Things, by the time I was an hour and a half in, I swear to God, I'd been watching it for 3 hours, and I was like just fucking pissed. I literally felt like the director was like just trying to be annoying, like he was just trolling, and it was really frustrating because I was really rooting for that movie to be good.
Yeah, I guess. Ask you something. Why'd you do it?
Yeah, I guess.
Ask you something.
Yeah, this movie's really good. Protect your butthole.
Why'd you do it?
I'm innocent, Red. Just like everybody else here.
What are you in for? Murder. Same as you.
Innocent.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
It's a great little moment right there.
Damn.
It's a good moment. I don't really need it, but I'll keep it anyway. I like it. Yeah, 2 back-to-back overlong scenes can make a movie feel really long. That's very true. Very true. Respond to my Chicago comment on the bear. Can't believe I'm the only one from Chi-Town. Oh, interesting, interesting. Yeah, I have no idea where people are from. I mostly look based on country. Andy likes rocks. Andy does like rocks. Man, I'm starting to wonder if this was like the most obvious, like, autistic, what do you call it? Representation, like, ever. And I just completely missed it. Like, everyone in the world is like, yeah, obviously Andy's supposed to be autistic. What are you talking about? I just never picked it up until now.
How did I know what? So your
Well, no. This is what I can have, John. I'm surprised you don't want to see my house, John.
Glad I'm doing that show. Yeah, I'm glad we're doing it too. I know everybody likes it. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. So I'm 4 episodes into The Bear myself. It's not really doing it for me, man. Does anyone have any takes? Anyone want to have that conversation? I don't think it's bad. I don't think anyone else shouldn't like it, but I don't really understand why they do.
Oh, they get to watch cinema.
Yeah, someone earlier was saying they have a lot of like freedom for being like a castle-sized maximum security prison. I also feel like with this warden, it does seem a little strange that they have like TV time. They have like they let them watch movies. It feels like the warden would just be like, absolutely not. Right there with me. Okay, it's not just me. Not just me. It was in front of our faces the whole time. Not hooked though. Yep, haven't seen it. I'm guessing it's about a bear. Yeah, exactly right. Nah, like my issue I have so far, episode 4, they come from dysfunctional family and it's too close to reality. I could see that. I could see people who, which I mean, obviously makes sense with who the lead character is, but I could see people being like, I liked Shameless, and so that's why I like The Bear. And I think some of the same reasons I don't like Shameless are also why I don't like The Bear. The trouble I'm having is like, I don't really know Carmi up to this point, even 4 episodes in, and so I don't really care about what he wants because I'm not super invested in him as a person. And so then I don't find what they're doing like necessary. It's like, yeah, you're having all of these problems running this kitchen. Well, just don't run the kitchen. Just do something else. Like you also have the pedigree to get a different job in the same field that's like a lot more successful. And it's like, oh, well, I care because, you know, my brother. And it's like, yeah, great, but I don't really know him either. And I don't really know you, and I don't really understand your guys' relationship. So at this point, like I've found it very hard. Like they, you know, through the first episode, I was like, okay, fine. I'll, you know, I'm curious to see how you're going to make me care. But then I'm 4 episodes in, we're halfway through the season. I'm still like, I really still don't care about what's happening. Like if you fail, whoop-de-doo. Like there's a million restaurants, you know, like it just doesn't feel very, yeah. So I'm kind of hoping that in season 2, maybe I'm assuming that the season will end with like some big heartfelt, you know, thing. And then when we go into season 2, maybe I'll be more emotionally connected to the characters. But so far I'm just kind of like, I just don't really like, yeah, seems like it sucks. Whatever.
Wait.
I also felt like that. Shameless, when I heard about like how character arcs went, it was like people start here and end up where? And again, same thing. Show just isn't about anything. So there's really no like great objective place to end it, you know, like it can just kind of go forever because it's just a show about just people being dysfunctional. And I just don't find that a very compelling story to follow.
Wait.
Like I think Red's Parole subplot is more about parole being a thing dangled to give you hope that they can snatch away. They give you the Brooks treatment. Yeah, that's part of it for sure. Yeah, I think, what's up, Aquaponic? Yeah, I do think that the Red's Parole subplots are one of the more important ones in the movie. And it's about drama. You know what, Mason? I think you're right, though. Like, that sounds like a goofy thing to say, but to an extent, I think that's basically the idea. And that's true also. It's about, like, it's what Mason said. It's about drama until it's what Joan is saying, which, you know, unless it's Always Sunny, which is Seinfeld. If you're doing a comedy, then at least the point is to make me laugh. So if nothing happens in the episode, that's fine as long as I laughed. But if I'm watching a drama like The Bear, then like the point isn't necessarily to laugh, it's something else. And like you said, I think the people who really like it are people who like, I will just watch drama happening. I don't care if there's like a compelling plot or a story leading us somewhere. I bet that people who love The Bear maybe have found themselves at some point in their life also watching reality TV, because there's this thing of like, as long as whatever's happening is like messy and dramatic and like stressful, then that's engaging for me. But for me, I'm like, all of that doesn't mean anything if it's not going somewhere, if it doesn't have like a purpose, right? And that's the problem I'm having. Like, I don't even really know what the goal is of season 1 so far. It's like, have the restaurant be successful, but like, that's a never ending thing. So what does that even mean? And it's like, I think their thought pattern was more of like, no, people will watch because it's going to be stressful. It's like, ooh, isn't this crazy? Oh, look how hard this is. And it's like, yeah, great. So what? and the people who aren't asking so what are the people who are probably liking it more, is how it feels to me.
Here she comes. This is the part I really like, just when she does that shit. Wait. Here she comes. This is the part I really like, just when she does that shit with her hair.
Oh, yeah, I know. I've seen it 3 times this month.
Gilda, are you decent?
Me?
Yeah, it's like Survivor Restaurant Audition. And again, I don't think it's like, but they're not doing anything wrong except for not hooking me. If all the same things were happening, but there was like a very clear, like, specific goal, we've got to get rated on blah blah blah, we've got to do the thing, there's a big event coming, then I would also be able to. This is actually funny that we say this, because this is exactly the problem I had with Poor Things. I was like, because I don't know what the active goal is, I don't know why we're doing anything we're doing, we're just watching a person do a lot of things. So it's hard for me to measure at any point, is this thing a distraction, is this thing getting us closer to our goal, or is it an obstacle getting in the way of our goal? Like, I can't rate what happens. So instead, everything just kind of happens and you go, okay, sure, that's another thing that happened. Is it good, is it bad? I don't know, like, whatever, who cares? And I kind of feel like that with the show, where it's like, when a bad thing happens, when a good thing happens, but you're not necessarily going anywhere. So it's like, if a bad thing happens, well, as far as I know, we have infinite time to figure it out and fix it. So like, I don't know. It just feels like this kind of, I don't get it. Yeah, the whole thing is kind of like manufactured crises per episode. They write like AI, they take what recently written and extrapolate it, don't expect continuity. Yeah, it's kind of how it feels. It feels almost like it's an episodic show. Like, you kind of have the feeling as the show continues that there is a thing after a thing after a thing, and that like episode 4 happens after episode 3. But for the most part, it's kind of like every episode so far is like, here's a different kind of issue we're dealing with, and also here's a lot of the same issues we're dealing with. And it feels like this is never going to get better. So like, I don't even care. Like, just where are we going? What does this all mean? Like, Peaky Blinders, does a very good job of like, every season, here is the season arc. Like, I have got to accomplish this. And then the whole season, you're like moving towards something. And everything that happens is either getting us closer to doing that thing or not, And so with this one, I just kind of feel like I'm 4 episodes into a season. I'm still kind of just like paddling in the water, like waiting for the story to like start, and kick in. It just hasn't yet. So I'm like, I don't get why everyone's freaking out, man. Hey, thanks, Fahrenheit. I appreciate that, man. Everyone tries to recreate Ramsey's style or take on restaurant business and being a chef. I just think that like the show would work great if they just were a bit more direct on that. Or the other option is let us in to Carmy more. Like, Carmy, I feel like he pushes us out as much as he does everyone around him. So I just don't care. I'm like, I don't know this guy. I don't really have any, like, I'm not going anywhere with this guy. Like, what, like, I need to know him better. So I like personally really care about what he cares about. But like right now, it's like, yeah, I know he wants to have the restaurant, but if I was somebody else, I would just be like, well, just don't. Like, what? Like, so what?
I understand you're a man that knows how to get things.
Yeah, I'm known to locate certain things from time to time.
Blood pressure.
What do you want?
Peaky Blinders.
Are you
Me?
That was a stressful show.
Yeah, I'm known to locate certain things from time to time. What do you want? Rita Hayworth. What? Time to time. What do you want?
Rita Hayworth.
What?
Can you get her?
So this is Johnny. Farrell. I've heard a lot about you, Johnny Farrell.
Take a few weeks.
Weeks?
Well, yeah, Andy. I don't have her stuffed down in front of my pants right now, I'm sorry to say. But I'll get her. Relax. Right now, I'm sorry to say. But I'll get her. Relax.
Thanks.
It certainly was. You should have seen his face.
Did you tell him what I'm doing here?
No, I wanted to save that as a surprise, too.
Hang on to your hat, Mr. Farrell.
Yeah, Whiplash. Yeah, I see you on the Whiplash thing. I used to like Whiplash more than I do now. I kind of need to like rewatch it and like it for different reasons. I think I used to like it for some like high school Andrew Tate reasons back in the day that I don't agree with anymore. So it's kind of made me feel weird about the movie. I used to really like what's his face's character, and I had this very fucking lame ass like, yeah, like that's what teachers should be like, yeah, it's like fucking, Spartans, you gotta fucking be tough. And this guy just gets it, and everyone else is telling him to chill out, but that's why they'll never be great. Like, this guy is gonna make him, and now I'm like, nah, that guy kind of sucks. I'm not 20 anymore, I'm now 34, and it's like, yeah, that guy kind of blows, actually. Rita Hayworth was Mexican IRL, as opposed to what? Yeah, now with 20, even 23 more versions of Red Right Hand. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, Whiplash gives Donnie Darko Before You're 18 vibes. And like, again, I don't think the movie was never trying to tell me that that character is cool. It was like, I just liked it for the wrong reasons the first time. So I need to go check it out again and like recalibrate, because I don't think it's the movie's fault. I will say that Donnie Darko is kind of pretentious and dumb. And it definitely, when I was 16, I was that kid who was like, I'm smarter than other kids my age because I understand and really like Donnie Darko. I'm so cool. They just don't get it. That's why I don't get invited to parties. It's not because I'm lame. It's because they're all just too stupid. Oh, Jesus. Whoa, did I see some weird warping? Yeah, what's up with the box? Maybe it's just how he wears a stupid hat. For a second, it looked like his whole face was like... But I think it's just the way he wears his dumb hat. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I was like, oh, is the camera messed up?
Okay, well, goddamn.
Take a walk.
I gotta change the rear. I said, fuck off!
This guy. These guys. You see what's happening in front of you, and you're like, I gotta change the reel. Also, why did no one come in here and bother him? That they had a setup for someone to come save Andy, and then they don't do it. Isn't that so weird? It's like, take a walk. I have to change the reel. And then they start to mess with Andy. And they could have cut back to Morgan Freeman and those guys being like, hey, why didn't the reel change? What's wrong with this movie? So they get mad and they go up in there and check it out and see what's happening and save Andy. Isn't that so weird how they had like a perfect in for someone to interrupt but then didn't use it? It was really weird. I liked Donnie Darko a lot when I was 16. I have softened on it as I've gotten older. When I was younger, I used to watch a lot of movies. It's also the same thing I've gone through with David Lynch, where it's like I used to assume any movie I didn't understand fully was because it was just so smart. I couldn't understand it yet. But as I've gotten older, I've realized that some movies are kind of just not actually that smart and like really like to insist that they're smart and deep. But then like they just don't have a lot going on. And then when you feel like you can't pick it up, you're like, oh, it must be me. Like now I'm starting to get to the point where like I've watched enough good movies to kind of feel like, no, I think that one's kind of on you, man. Like, Donnie Darko does have a furry. Watched it in high school. I liked it in high school. I think as a teen, make message or idea theme, make it a personality. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Well, and the other thing too is that what a lot of people I think also won't admit when they were younger and why they like Donnie Darko so much is it's like it's aesthetic appeal. It just has an aesthetic that people latched onto. I know that was a huge part of why I was into it. I liked that like dark, and it was like that dark moody kid who's like smarter than everyone else around him. Like it's a very like our atheist like archetype to fit into as a young dude. Like that's a very easy place to plug yourself in if you find yourself autistic or awkward or ADD and weird and like kind of an outsider, and you like things that other people don't like. And so you start to, and then they like things that you don't like, and you start to feel like this, like Donnie Darko is a very easy character for a 16-year-old boy in America to like latch onto, and I think that was very much a big part of like my, my interest in it for sure. Yeah, it felt edgy. It had an edgy feel, right? Exactly, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Mulholland Drive is probably one of my favorite Lynch movies. Oh, that's so funny you say that, Russ. I feel like that's when the show gets good. I would have it the other way if I could. If the whole show took place like with all the spiritual beings, like that was the stuff I liked. I thought season 2 fell apart after episode 9 when the show ended and it just kept going for no reason. Yes. Yes, Joan. That's exactly right. You nailed that. Twin Peaks is a show. I wish Twin Peaks was a show that I thought it was before I saw it. That's exactly correct. That's exactly correct. I wish it was the show that was described to me before I saw it, you know? Yep, Christian Slater and Pump Up the Volume is absolutely that kind of guy. Well, and Dave, there's a bit of an age difference between us that is almost just bit like you're the age of my older brothers. I only have one. I don't know why I said that. And so like Pump Up the Volume, I'd also argue like timeline wise is like more appropriate for your generation. Like that was your guys' Donnie Darko to an extent. Yeah, Christian Slater. The thing is though, Christian Slater and Heathers is a bit more jokey. Like that movie's kind of a comedy more so. But Pump Up the Volume, his character, it takes himself so self-serious, you know. It's like he's so cool in his own head, you know. So yeah, I feel like the Pump Up the Volume versus like the Donnie Darko comparison I think is real. I think that definitely there's a similar type of kid who loved both of those movies. I don't think Lynch feels he's an extremely hard person to get into. Others can't get his art. You're allowed to just vibe with a film. Yeah, but like when you watch something like Rabbits, you know, in like Inland Empire, it really beckons for you to be like, oh, this means something. You know, like I just need to decode. Everyone is speaking like out of order. There's a conversation that's happening, but it's out of order. So maybe it's a critique on blah, blah. But ultimately, the more you dig into it, the more you go like, I don't know. I think he just put some fucking bunnies on a screen. And like, I don't accept that from Fast and the Furious, so I'm not going to accept it from a guy because everyone thinks he's weird, you know? Probably wish it was the show Lynch started and followed through on. Yeah, that's also true. He really did just get out of it. And as soon as he leaves, you can tell. Like, it's episode 10, season 2, and you can feel it. The show just completely falls off. No, I mean, I'm not talking Sean Gyllenhaal. Gyllenhaal kills it. And then, again, Gyllenhaal's probably part of why Donnie Darko did so well. Like, he's just a great actor.
Take a walk. I gotta change the rear. I said fuck off!
Yeah, put some of those fucking bunnies on the screen.
Take a walk. I gotta change the rear. I said fuck off!
I don't know if I even need this part, actually.
This man just needs...
Ain't
Jesus.
you gonna scream? Ain't you gonna scream?
The butthole, I guess.
I did not remember that's what she was going to say.
The butthole, I guess.
Her thing about butthole.
He's got it locked down there, so...
He's got... She has said butthole more than I have ever heard in my entire life.
This man just needs...
Oh my God.
Ain't you gonna scream?
The butthole, I guess. He's got it locked down there, so...
Yeah, but Mandy also fits into like, you know, it's kind of like a dark comedy or like a black comedy, you know? So again, it's not telling me that everything had to mean something. It's like, it's just playing around with his visual style. But like, I don't feel like Lynch's work does the same kind of thing. I think Lynch's work definitely feels very, very strongly like, oh, this is like deep. And like, you know, like he's like a Werner Herzog type.
Oh, God.
Broke my fucking nose! Broke my... Broke my nose!
Yeah, ass crack a couple of times. That's true. We got a couple of ass cracks in here.
This is not good.
What's the movie you're just in a car the entire time? Drive's not really in a car the entire time. There's actually very little driving in Drive. Either Too Smart for Me or actually fucking sucked. Yeah, I don't think Drive is necessarily trying to be smart. I do think that's another big vibes movie. It just kind of wants you to sit there and be like, yeah. What I do like is that even though it's a vibes movie, there's a plot and there's like an actual like gangster thriller that's happening. It's also kind of fun because the movie kind of makes you guess. You keep assuming what it's going to be about and then realizing, oh, never mind, it's actually going to be about this. Oh, wait, never mind, it's actually going to be about this third thing. So I think that's all cool, but there's like a plot to follow. Like, it, you know, it's not like deep. It's just, it wants you to be like, dude, I love Dream Pop, you know?
What the where did you get that?
Later, Mason. 2 weeks in the hole, longest stretch I ever heard of. It's 2 months in the hole, actually.
Swallow what I give you to swallow.
It's one with Jake, and he's just in a car talking to people on the phone the whole movie. Well, I don't know, but it could be the Nightcrawler. but he's not really on the phone a lot. Are you thinking of Nightcrawler?
And when you swallow mine,
I guess the plot's about work and family life balance. That's exactly
swallow
right.
roosters, you done broke his nose, I think. Anything you put in my mouth, you can lose. No.
Yeah, Drive is like a video game with a silent protagonist. That's very true.
You understand? You do that, and I'll put all the inches of steel in your ear. Right. You should know that sudden serious brain injury causes the victim to bite down. No. You don't understand. You do that, and I'll put all 8 inches of the steel. And I'll put all 8 inches of the steel in your ear.
All right.
All right, I'll one up you.
You should know that sudden serious brain injury causes the victim to bite down hard. In fact, I got the bite reflex is so strong, I have to pry the victim's jaws open with a crowbar.
You want?
They have to pry the victim's jaws open with a crowbar.
You want to play bitey?
This shit.
I read it. You know how to read, you ignorant fuck.
I like the first handful of Guy Ritchie movies very much so. I really, really love Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and I really, really love Snatch. He lost me somewhere around Aladdin or King Arthur, and then I haven't liked anything since.
Damn.
Honey, you shouldn't.
You know what, Apple Scruff? I think those are wise words. I'm a little bit high on weed, but my high brain is picking up the energy you're putting out there, and I think that is the fair point. No one comes out of the first view and be yeah. The first thing you always have is vibes, for sure. Like, I know that too because I've talked about that with Tenet. Like, I remember walking out at the first time just being like, I didn't really understand that, but I loved it. And then I kept watching it, and it was almost like I was learning why, like teaching myself why I loved it. You know, I was like, oh, that's what I like. Oh, that's what I like. But the first time, it kind of just has to wash over you. And so, I mean, that's a very fair point. That is a fair point. Love to snitch. Episodes different order. I don't know that one.
Boggs didn't put anything in Andy's mouth. And neither did his friends. Mouth. And neither did his friends. They did do is beat him within an inch of his life. Andy spent a month in the infirmary.
Damn.
Boggs.
Love what you love. Don't be ashamed. No, you can be ashamed of loving stupid shit. I have plenty of shame of things I used to love.
Boggs spent a week.
I think that people want people not to feel like overly guilty and like feeling terrible, so they overcorrect to the point of like you can do nothing wrong. And I think that the truth is somewhere in between, and people just have to be okay with the fact that that's going to be messy. You know, it's not so simple as everything you do is wrong and always feel bad. And it's not so simple as everything you do is right and never feel bad. It has to be, you know, it's like people want it to be that because that would be so much easier. Like, I never have to feel bad. And then you start feeling bad and you don't know why. And it's like, oh, because your tastes are fucking trash and no one around you will tell you that. And so, yeah, it's like, what do you call it? You know, like most things in life, the truth is somewhere in the middle.
Boggs spent a week in the hole.
Time's up, Boggs.
It's your will, boss.
Time's up. Time's up, Boggs.
It's your world, boss.
Andy's argument should have talked him out of a BJ and into a butthole adjustment instead. That's very true. Gamble. Andy was doing a real gamble right there. He really was. That is very true. He was kind of betting him. He was kind of daring him. Lock, Stock was fun. I like a lot of his movies. Yeah, I like most of his older movies. That was the thing, is I really didn't like The Gentleman. That was the first time he had made a movie as far as I knew. Oh, Boggs has spinoff. Interesting. The Gentleman is the first Guy Ritchie movie I had seen that I felt like was him trying to get back to that old Snatch style of movies since he started making like the King Arthurs and the Aladdins and shit like that. And I thought it just, I didn't care for it. I thought it felt like a bad impersonation of his own style and like a different director who didn't really know how to capture the joie de vivre that those movies have, and do it again, or just like rip it off. And I was like, yeah, I was like, I don't know. It's just like it technically has all the pieces, but I just don't like this cast. I don't like these characters. I don't care much about any of them. I don't find them that like charming. Most of them I just found kind of annoying. I really, really fucking hated Matthew McConaughey's character. Like, I just, and it's like, it's a super Sigma male movie too. I literally have seen Sigma male clips from that movie with like hella those quotes of, you know, homie being like, my wife! He put his hands on my wife! Then doom, 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 doom. So true. So I don't know, but yeah, I mean, like, yeah, people, you know, it's one of those movies. I'm not mad if someone else likes it. Like, it's like, nah, it's, you know, it's not the worst movie I've ever seen by any means. Thinking about what we ought to say to others, like Karen, no one likes fruitcake. It's very true. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, you know, it's like I don't, you know, think anyone should have like a, it kind of goes back to that thing of like, you know, people say, I don't care what anyone thinks. Like, yeah, you do. That's why we take showers, you know, like, so there's a medium, you know. I think that's the trouble, is that like we have, in essence, like, to overuse a word, kind of a traumatized generation who is overcorrecting into like, the boomers raised us in a way to make us feel bad about too many things, and so now we're gonna like fight back with like, anything you do is fine, however you are, that's exactly a great way to be. And it's like, so I think, you know, it's gonna take like a generation of people who don't feel so insecure and like anxious and stuff to be able to find themselves in a medium where they're like, no, I'm okay with some negative feedback, you know, like that's not going to ruin my whole day. But it's like millennials, I feel like as a whole, are like traumatized into like any kind of negative interaction makes you feel like, oh god, oh, it's all falling apart. And you know, we went through some shit, man. Like Gen Z didn't have 9/11, and now we can never forget.
I swear to God, it looks like him.
She can't let it go.
Oh yeah. You don't mess with the man's tax man, okay?
Yeah, Rock and Roll, it may be the last good one. That may be the last one before he kind of, you know, like I said, I feel like he kind of lost his stuff.
Where'd he go? Grab his ankles.
Oh God.
No! No!
That guy's like the Reaper, dude.
No!
Yeah, he really is. He's scary.
Help! Me! Yeah!
Generation Lockdown.
That's awful. That's scary.
Yeah.
Two things never happen.
But you can never let the morality of the world forgo genius. What do you mean by that? Because I think you can.
And again after that. The sisters never laid a finger on Andy again. And Boggs never walked again.
Good.
They transferred him to a minimum security hospital upstate.
Boggs didn't die. Isn't that
to my
interesting?
knowledge, he lived out the rest of his days drinking his food through a straw. I'm thinking Andy.
I think the girls would appreciate Train Spotting, and after watching it, after a few days or so, would say that was a good movie that I saw. I think while they watched it, they would be pissed that I had them watch that. I think they would not be stoked that they were seeing and hearing what they were seeing and hearing in a movie that I recommended. Especially after how many fucking movies in a row I kept sending Maple that all had like weird kid things in it. I was like, oh my god, I like need to start thinking about this. It was like, I had her watch like fucking Big Fish and The Professional within like a month of each other, and she was like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, I don't know, I don't remember. That's not the part that I remember of the movie. So when I'm like, oh, that's a good movie, I'm not thinking about that. And so if I had him watch like Train Spotting, like homie literally like has sex with a 15-year-old, like it would just start to feel like a meme, like I was just doing it on purpose. Oh man. Barry Lyndon is a very good movie. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just Kubrick, man. He kicks ass, dude. Yeah, Breaking Bad with Jesse and Jane for sure. I know, right? No joke. No joke. Yeah, the King Arthur movie looked like absolute butt.
They could use a nice welcome back. I'm thinking Andy could use
I'm
a
making
nice
good
welcome
progress
back
through this. I
on
mean,
this
it's not the
other movie.
fastest edit I've ever done. Obviously, I'm sitting here bullshitting with y'all, but it's partly because like I'm just so not in the mood to edit a 3-hour movie right now. But we're only 17 minutes into the edit, and we're already at this point in the movie, and I feel like this is pretty good. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe this is earlier in the movie than I remember. Like, what's gonna happen? We're gonna have. Let me walk through it. The beats that we have left in the movie. We basically have they're gonna, like, scene for scene anyway, like they're gonna go grab the rocks, Andy's gonna get out and they're gonna give him the gifts. We're gonna have another conversation with the warden, and we're gonna yeah, that part takes a while. There is a lot of, like, we haven't really gotten into the warden using Andy yet, so we have a lot to do with that. That's a good chunk of movie. But then we're gonna have Brooks, and then we're gonna have the new guy show up, explain things. Andy goes in the hole. The new guy says, like, gets killed. Andy gets out of the hole. Scares everybody, and then pretends to kill himself, but really escapes. Morgan Freeman gets out, goes through the same stuff that Brooks did. In essence, end of the movie to an extent. But yeah, I forgot all the stuff with the warden. We haven't even really gotten started with the warden yet. We have a lot of stuff with the warden to do. It's a lot of scenes. I might start trimming a little bit heavier. So how much time do we have? An hour and 30 still? Hour and 30. So, like, I don't know. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. I've thought I've been pretty aggressive with this edit so far, but I don't know. But like I said, well, I don't know. How long did we do it last time when we were with Ariana? What's the most avant-garde movie in the lineup? It's a good question. Can anyone in the chat answer that? Like, what's our most, like, artsy movie that we've covered? Probably Mandy. I feel like that's, like, the least appealing movie that we've covered solely on the case of it just being really good and artsy. I was gonna say Eternal Sunshine, but that's, like, way more mainstream. Trainspotting, she never forgave me for the dead heroine. Yeah, exactly right. That's what I mean. The girls would freak out. Kelly McDonald looks the same age in Trainspotting. Yeah, not the same age, but she looks fantastic in No Country for sure. Yeah, beautiful lady. Later, Shaboy, it was good having you, man. Do you ever get to the end of an edit and decide it's too long and have to go back and trim it? Sometimes. Not very often, though. Normally, like, you'll see what I'm doing now. Yeah, see, I broke it into 2 parts last time. Those are long parts. No, they're not that bad. What, the edit was 44 minutes long? I could see me getting into something like that again. Damn, they had their whole edit was only 28 minutes long. What did they show? Nothing? Jesus Christ. Let's go to part 1. Where were we 17 minutes in? 17 minutes in. No way. No fucking way. We were, like, almost at the exact same point. Look at that. That's Boggs getting beat up. Holy shit. This edit so far is only like 30 seconds slower than mine. Wow. That's fucking crazy. That's, like, genuinely really crazy. I cannot believe that. Okay, so someone was asking, like, time management on how long I want my videos to be. You can see, like, I just know as I'm cutting, like, that should be that long, that should be that long, that should be that short. Ooh, let's trim that up a little bit. I know as I go, and you see that I have a serious level of consistency. You know, just my style naturally lends itself to a certain kind of length. And that's not like by design, but it has been relatively consistent to the point where it's not really difficult for me to be like, okay, how do I get this down to 30 minutes? Like I just do what I do, and that's roughly how long they come out, you know? So that's really funny though. That's crazy. I cannot believe it's about 30 seconds faster, which like I said, I thought I was doing a faster edit, but apparently my version of faster only bought me about 30 seconds. That's really, really fucking crazy. Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. I was definitely expecting to be like way further ahead on this version of it than the other one. That's so nuts. Yeah, the girls talk for 20 minutes after the vid, yeah. All right, what are y'all talking about? Several commenters said they feel the girls don't like Breaking Bad. Have they indicated to you that they're not into it? I hope they're not losing interest because I'm super stoked for it's coming. No, they have said that. I mean, I agree with them. I binge watched that show when I first saw it, and I thought the first 2 seasons were like fine. I remember telling people at the time that if I hadn't just binged all of it, I don't think I would have waited week to week to watch it, because I was like, it's interesting. It's just not that interesting. I think season 3 is the beginning of the show getting like good, which is why it's a hard sell to tell someone like, watch something you may not like for 2 seasons, and it gets real good in the 3rd one. But the 3rd is like the beginning, and then I think 4 is like relatively consistently everyone's favorite season. And then I think 5 is probably my personal favorite season, but 4 is also very good. Gus Fring obviously just adds a lot to the show. So I think they just had to get through the hard part of the show. Most of the annoying stuff between Walt and Sky happens in the first 2 seasons. If anything, if I had it my way, like I would love to cut out like the 2nd season. It would just be like the first 7-episode season that does all the Walt and Skylar stuff, so you kind of get in and know what's happening, and then bam, let's get into the ball rolling. So, and then I keep hearing people say Better Call Saul's better, which I haven't really given much of a fair shake to, so we're gonna do that afterward. Yeah, Mandy's probably it. The Assassination of Jesse James, I'd love to cover that movie. I love that one. Grand Budapest is up there with the Mandy comparison, but again, I would also say I think Wes Anderson is a bit more mainstream than people give him credit for. Samurai Cop would be a lot of fun. I would love to do that, but we did Trolls 2, and it did horrible, and I really thought we would like have the bad movie community come hang out with us, and we just did not. So I'm really concerned about like just spending time on a Samurai Cop if there's gonna be 15 of us in there watching it. Yeah, but the girls like Breaking Bad, and they were just saying that recently in season 3 they were liking it a lot more than they ever had, so that was cool. They were starting to really get it. And that was like episode 3.6, they said that. So then they saw episode 3.7, which is like a very, very huge episode, and they really liked that. So, you know, I think it's going to get better with yeah, we did Troll 2, man, and it was a fucking blast. Don't get too invested in the mystery of the pink bear or the twins. Yeah, we're already past the mystery of the pink bear, and the twins just ended. We just saw episode 3.8, or they saw episode 3.8. I watched it back in like 2013. What did Dave say? Oh, okay, there you go. In real life in Breaking Bad, they're on episode 3.8.
I'm thinking Andy could use a nice...
They've seen 3.8. The next thing they'll watch is 3.9.
welcome back when he gets out of the infirmary.
Okay, so we need this part because we're going to start doing the rocks.
I think we owe that much for the beer.
Man likes to play chess.
Let's get him some rocks.
You know what? We'll just do this.
Man likes to play chess. Let's get him some rocks.
I used to keep all this in. I'm going to try cutting it out. I don't think you actually need this scene.
Is it farming? Farming!
I'll cut straight to him getting the rocks. Why would space vampires be a nightmare to edit?
Petrified poo? Oh, it is a petrified turd.
Despite a few hitches, the boys came through in fine style. And by the week end of his due back, we had enough rock saved up to keep him busy till rapture. We had enough rock saved up to keep him busy till rapture.
Yeah, I remembered from watching this the first
also
time.
got a big shipment in that week.
I don't know if I ever told you guys. I watch these most of the time to get them prepped for Patreon. So that's why I'm familiar with it before editing it. And I think I remembered subconsciously that she didn't like if you're gonna keep that scene, it would be because your reactor had a big reaction to the horse apple bit, and because she didn't, it was like, yeah, we don't need it. But if they were like, oh, ha, 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 oh my god, he was holding poopies, then sure.
Cigarettes, chewing gum, sipping whiskey, playing cards with naked ladies on them, and of course, the most important.
Yeah, Chris Bruno. When they did what's it called? Yeah, Life Force. Yeah, fucking Life Force. When they did episode 1 of season 3 for Breaking Bad, I remember I was so fucking hyped. I was like, okay, here we go. Like, I cannot wait for and I googled like, when does the Hank thing happen? And it was like season 3 episode 7. I was like, fuck. Like, that's still 7 weeks away. God damn it.
Rita Hayworth herself. Of course, the most important item. And of course, we had enough rock saved up to keep him busy till rapture. And of course, the most important item. Rita Hayworth herself.
But this movie is just a really well-made movie. It has that kind of Steven Spielberg vibe where everything is just right. You're like, yep, that was just perfect. That transition was perfect. The music, how it swelled in and out of the scene was perfect. Like, everything's just done right. It's not flashy. It's not going out of its way to be super flashy. It's just everything is just so nuts and bolts, just correct. It's like, it's so easy to watch. It's like just butter. It's just easy to watch. She said that at the end, I think. She was like, yeah, that was like really long, but it was just like a very, I don't know. It's just a great movie. Where's the mint on the pillow? Yeah.
Poster.
Oh, is that the one you were talking about, Joan? Where like room service must have given it to him.
Is it a poster?
Oh, that's funny. Okay, that was way too long. Hold on. Actually, I'll just cut this part out and go straight to him unraveling it. We don't need her saying, is that the poster? Is that the cheese? Poor Andy. Say no cell phones? Oh, no charge. Aw, no charge. Look at that. He's got a little friend. The worst part of this prison is that, like, I was in juvenile hall, and I don't remember if there was work details or not. Like, is how few of them there were. These guys had to just work. They were working their asses off, man. Like, Jesus. Like, just if I had to just sit in my cell all day, like, that sucks. But like, these guys are out here just humping their ass all the time. It's tough, dude.
Tossing cells.
13.
That's true, Doc Savage. I agree with that.
19.
Right. I think Maple can't get over the casual racism, and I think that Ariana has a harder time with Walt also. I think that if it was like me and Maple watching it, I don't think she would have had as much of a beef with Walt as Ariana does. But like, an audacious man is an extremely frustrating thing to Ariana. It's something I feel like I've noticed in reactions in the past.
119.
That's why, spoilers to everyone who doesn't know, but Maple and I are going to start Firefly tomorrow together. Because out of the two of them not digging it, the more conversations we had, the more it seemed like it was really specifically irking Ariana. So I'm like, I'll hop in and we'll watch it. And I think that I can kind of pull Maple back over to like, no, this is sick. This is cool. Check it out. This is dope. Oh, space vampires are the same as Life Force. That's funny. No, not Walt being racist. Walt being audacious. Walt is very frustrating. He's very prideful.
119.
But yeah, Firefly's the shit. That's why I got this Firefly reference in here. It's gonna be like a fun little Easter egg.
Chad would be glad to know. Oh, Chad would be glad to know that I do know that that man is in Firefly.
Take my love.
even though we haven't watched Firefly, but that's him. I also watched him in what other movie? It was a war movie.
And then I'm gonna cut to an image from Saving Private Ryan when we get to there.
On your feet.
Yeah, Farscape, dude. Farscape. I watched the hell out of Farscape. 2 seasons in a movie or whatever. I don't remember how many seasons it had. I had to end with the Peacekeeper Wars. This is why this movie's 2.5 hours long.
What you there for? You know.
Pleased to see you reading this. Any favorite passages?
Watch ye therefore, for ye know not when the master of the house cometh.
This scene. I love it. It's great, but it is it's like and then they're going to mentally spar with Bible passages because I'm Stephen King. I'm a fucking genius. This is very like light Yagami versus L. For ye know not when the master cometh to the house. Ooh, hide your contraband. It's in the scripture.
Mark 13:35. Always like that one.
Yeah, I bet you did.
But I prefer, I'm the light of the world. He that follows me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life.
John chapter 8, verse 12.
I hear you good with numbers. Oh, nice. I hear you good with numbers. Oh, nice.
Firefly versus Cowboy Bebop. For me, it's Firefly, but Cowboy is very good.
Man should have a
I'm more of a Trigun man.
Want to explain this?
4 seasons, got it. 4 seasons in a movie. I really want to say that Walt had no reason to let Jane die, even though we clearly saw her threaten to burn. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I think part of why Walt annoys Ariana so much is because she still sees him as a normal guy pretending to be a bad guy. Because I think that there's other characters that she's watched that if they did the thing with Jane, she would have accepted it because that's who that guy is. But I think that she's frustrated because she's like, how many people have to die so you can pretend to be something you're not? And that's an interesting, like, I appreciate that her perspective isn't the same as mine because it's like, it's a fresh watching experience for me to be like, oh, interesting. That's a way a person could take that, you know?
Man should have a skill.
I might find it pretty dated. It takes a few episodes for that kind of show to make introductions. I also think that the pilot kind of sucks, and I think that the episode 2, which is like technically episode 1, is better. So I think like give her a little bit more time. Firefly's getting another season. That sounds terrible. Cowboy Bebop and Firefly in the same universe, yeah. And that's also true. We're all watching with more foreknowledge. That's true. But I will say at this point, I liked Walt a lot more than the girls do when I watched it the first time. Do you know about the messed up order of Firefly episodes when they aired? I don't think I do. Oh, you're talking about the pilot versus episode 1, yeah. Yeah, I've been hearing good things. I tried Blue Eyed Samurai. I couldn't get into it.
Want to explain this?
I'm trying to break out.
The rock blanket for shaking and polishing rocks.
How do you know? Pretty clean. Some contraband here, but nothing in the twisted.
Like, this was interesting too. I like, homie is such a dickhead. It's surprising that he's so chill.
Pretty clean. Some contraband here, but nothing getting it twisted over.
Very surprising. What else do I know this guy from?
Can't say I approve of this.
Scantily clad women.
Approve of this.
But she's mother.
Mother.
Can't say I approve of this. But I
Mother.
suppose exceptions can be made.
You're watching them in the correct order, but yeah, Fox's execs intentionally tried to make Firefly bomb by airing stuff out of order, making Josh. That's not what I heard happen. I heard that the thing with the pilot versus episode 1 was that the pilot was a standalone, so they played that by itself. But then when they did the show, they like basically remade episode 1 with that first episode, the train job. So now when you have the DVD thing, it just feels weird because you end up getting like the pilot, which is very introductory, and then you get the train job, which it does skip a couple of steps, but it still almost feels introductory. Like you still, I think if you start with that episode, it's fine, which neither of us are, but it's gonna be weird for the YouTube audience because the first episode we'll post will probably be the train job, and it'll be a little weird. So I'll probably just explain that a little bit. Ooh, Demolition Man. Oh, you're right. I know him from Demolition Man and probably some episodes of TNG. Joan, you are correct. You know, Joan, I have been listening to a comedian who has a podcast who has autism, and he's been talking a lot about it, and I'm starting to wonder if I got it. Do you have any suggestions for me to look into that? A lot of what he says, I'm like, oh, that makes sense for me. That may have a little something to do with why I do things how I do, or I feel the way I do. I am the way I am. Oh, wait, what did he say?
Exceptions can be made. I almost forgot. I'd hate to deprive you of this. Salvation lies within. Salvation lies within.
Yes, sir.
Is he actually crazy and he's just playing him?
Dawson's sales was just an excuse. Truth is, Norton wanted to size Andy up. Truth is, Norton wanted to size Andy up.
You got a wife, not like I was a stick. It's all the rage these days. I don't even think you need to confirm, just feel it. It's not like we get free weed or anything. Yeah, I know, but I think there's just something about if you just know, then it makes you feel less like, oh, I'm just fucking weird, and like, oh, I'm afflicted by something to an extent. So there's like reasons. Like I can ignore that feeling because I know that that feeling's not based in, you know, something real. It's just I'm wired wrong. It's that same feeling I have with like ADHD. Like it was a very calming. It made me feel a lot better to go, oh, okay, I get it.
My wife made that in church group.
Or depression.
Do you enjoy working in the laundry?
No, sir, no, sir.
Perhaps you can find something more befitting the man of your education. My wife made that. You enjoy working? You enjoy working in the laundry?
No, sir, not especially.
Well, perhaps we can find something more befitting a man of your education.
All right.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey, Jake, where's Brooks? Andy, I thought I heard you out here.
Oh my god, he kept the bird the whole time.
I know, they told me. Ain't that a kick in the head? Well, I'll give you the dime tour. Come on. Ain't that a kick in the head? Well, I'll give you the dime tour. Come on. Okay.
I keep getting narcissist videos on my feed. Should I be concerned? You're probably just watching too many shorts about them.
Shawshank Prison Library.
All right, later, Chris.
National Geographic, Reader's Digest, condensed books, and Louis L'Amour.
Well, Joan, that's part of why I want to check, because I feel like, what do you call it? Not completely deficient. Is that like, I've always assumed things were just developmental deficits, but if I found out it wasn't, then that's interesting. But if I find out that like, no, it actually is that, and you just falsely think that you have something else, then it's like, okay, well, that also makes sense. And then either way, like it's just something I would know, which is
Every
nice.
evening I open up the cart and make my round. I'll enter the names on this clipboard here. Easy peasy, Japanesey. Any questions?
Easy peasy Japanesey.
I come here in Odd 5 and I made me librarian in 1912.
My man's at Ot 5. God damn.
Odd 5 and they made me like. And all that time, have you ever had an assistant? No, not much to it, really. Why me? Why not? I don't know. It'd be nice to have some company down here for a change. That's it. That's the one.
What's a PCR test? Also Dufresne, such a crazy last name. Andy Dufresne.
What the hell?
That's in. That's the one.
I'm Deakins. I'm Deakins. I was thinking about maybe setting up some kind of trust fund for my kids' educations.
I guess we don't need deacons. We can just do this.
Thinking about maybe setting up some kind of trust fund for my kids' educations.
I see. Oh, I see. Well,
phases of OCD at some point. That's interesting.
When
That's
will
very
they
interesting.
see-
Oh, COVID swab test. I see what you mean. Yeah, that would be nice. What's up, Gian? It has been a while.
I see.
I have been very busy. Trying to start a second channel, trying to run this channel, adding all these new shows that we're watching. It's been a very busy beavery kind of time period.
I see.
Paper and a pencil.
And then my dumbass was like, hey, let's do a fucking 3-hour movie.
That paper is crisp.
Or 2.5.
So, Mr. Deakins. And then Andy says, Mr. Deakins.
Better to burn off and fade away.
And then Andy says, Mr. Deakins, you want your sons to go to Harvard or Yale? He didn't say that. God is my witness. My witness. Deakins.
Okay, never mind.
Deacon just blinked for a second, and then he laughed himself silly, and afterwards he actually shook Andy's hand. My ass.
I don't think the girls have seen Highlander, but that would be kind of fun. I tried Blue Eyed Samurai, man. I did not like it.
He was a suit and a tie and a little jiggly hula gal on his desk. It would have been Mr. Dufresne, if you please. Making a few friends.
Did they have jiggly hula gals in
I
1905?
wouldn't say friends. I'm a convicted murderer who provides sound financial planning.
It's a wonderful type of thing. That's rather hard, isn't it? I'll do more than that. How about expanding the library, get some new books in there?
How about expanding the library, get some new books in there?
Gonna ask for something. Ask for pool table.
I agree. Pool table would be dope. Chad, have you considered adding an illiterate AI chatbot to your workflow? What would it do in this workflow? I use it for other stuff all the time. My other channel, I use it all the time. Highlander looks pretty rough. You go back and oh, I remember. Yeah, no, Highlander did not age well. It's good other people do it. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm not mad other people like it. It's not the kind of show where I'm like, how could anybody like Blue Eyed Samurai? It's so terrible. I just was like, I don't fucking care. Oh, we're about to crash. Everyone, hold on. Incoming. Crash. Move this shite out of here. Devilman Crybaby's getting another season. Wow, that's crazy. After like a million years, when did season 1 come out? Like fucking 5 years ago. That felt like forever ago. That's crazy.
Right. How do you expect to do that?
Get new books in here, Mr. Dufresne, if you please.
That's the word for fun.
How about expanding the library, get some new books in there?
Right.
How do you expect to do?
Right.
How do you expect to do that? Get new books in here, Mr. Dufresne, if you please.
Ask the warden for funds.
Son, the 6 wardens have been through here in my... 6 wardens, son, the 6 wardens have been through here in my tenure, and I've learned one
graphics card.
immutable universal truth.
Knew how to edit. Any tips more to start learning or how? Yeah, absolutely, dude. Find something free and then go to YouTube and literally just type in name of my program, beginners, or like getting started or something like that, and look for videos that seem high quality, easy to follow, but are relatively new, because all of these programs update constantly. So it's really tough if someone's teaching you like 6 versions back or something like that. But even if you do find those videos, a lot of times if they're smart, they'll link those old videos to the newest one to be like, okay, here's the video of me doing the same thing again. If they do it again, sometimes people do that once, realize it's a huge pain in the ass to do a video like that. And then they go, oh, I learned my lesson, don't do it anymore. But then there's always new suckers who do the new ones. So yeah, that is by and large the best way to do it, because then you can keep stopping and referring back to the video again, you know, and if there's some part you forgot, you can just rewind it and go back and see that part again, because there's going to be a lot of that. And if, you know, you tried to like have a person teach you or go to school or something like that, then like once that person is not there anymore, you get stuck. You're like, ah, fuck, what was that? And you're going to find yourself doing that anyway. You're already going to be going on YouTube and looking up how to do blah, blah, blah. So it's like, you just start there, man. And then the other thing I would recommend is have a project. Even if it's something stupid and shitty, I would just like start by making a project, because that's going to keep you invested in the thing that you're practicing with, and you'll get a lot better, faster. In essence, yeah, those are the things I would say. Oh. Yeah, they're running out of past successes to reboot. I agree. Yeah, just upload like badass lines from movies that are badass, and then put Sigma music under it. Intercut it with something that Andrew Tate said, and then making that
6
money.
wardens have been through here in my... Not one of them born. Who's that old picker up tired of the snare drum when you ask him for funds?
Budget stretched thin as it is.
I see.
Perhaps I can write the state senate and request funds directly from them. As far as I'm concerned, only 3 ways to spend the tax.
One.
As far as they're concerned, only 3 ways to spend the taxpayers' hard-earned when it comes to prisons.
No problem, Doc Savage.
More walls, more bars, more guards.
Still, I'd like to try, with your permission. I'll write a letter a week. They can't ignore me forever.
Sure can. But you write your letters if it makes you happy. I'll even mail them for you. How's that?
So Andy started writing a letter a week, just like he said.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't understand the, what do they call those? The VTubers reacting to stuff. I don't understand that at all. I do find that insane. I was watching someone because they were like really popular, and I was just, it was so weird. Like, I don't like VTubers in general, but I can understand why there are people who like to watch VTubers. Whatever, like, good for them. But, you know, a VTuber doing something that isn't just trying to watch the reaction on their face. You know, if a VTuber's playing video games, then at a certain point, it's like, it doesn't really matter what the person really looks like. So whatever, they got this VTuber, you can look at the VTuber. Maybe you're really into anime, fine. But if they're doing a reaction to like Avatar: The Last Airbender and a really sad scene happens, and then I see like animated tears going down the VTuber's face, I'm just like, what am I watching? Like, it's so weird. It's like an audio only reaction. It's such a fucking strange thing. The level of, people keep talking about like parasocial relationships. It's like, you want to talk about fucking parasocial, like VTubers, man. Like, the fact that a person can watch a VTuber cry, a little anime person cartoon, and then be like, oh, they're really sad because of what's happening on the TV. It's like, that's fucking nuts, man. It's so nuts. I just don't get it, dude. It's so weird. I don't know. The warden loves the sound of his own voice. Yeah, it's true. Him and me alike. editing practice project. The drinking game. Pick a drinking game movie. Every time X says take a drink, supercut all those moments. Oh, Jesus, that's a lot. It's for ASD to learn emotional responses. Yeah, I know, right? That's what it feels like. Yeah, it feels like it's teaching you, like, see, this is the person's happy and this is the person's sad. This is the yeah, you're right. I know. Dude, I'll pull it up. I mean, I'm not mad at her for doing what she's doing. Good for her. Between her and God, they have their reasons why they use a VTuber to do YouTube, whatever. That's cool. But it's just for a reaction specifically. It's so fucking weird to me. Let's see if I can find her. It's one of my favorite episodes to watch reactions for. Yeah, this chick. And it's just like, it's just so strange.
There's like a common thing where it's like, oh, no, because our boss like say no. No.
It's like an audio only reaction. It's just so strange. Like, I'm just not watching a person react. I'm watching a really, really crappy facsimile of the person. It's so fucking strange to me. I just don't understand the appeal. Like, again, I'm not like mad at her for doing it. It's not like, oh, look at this person doing something wrong. It's just like, I don't understand why people like little tears in her eyes. It's so weird. This isn't even 211. This is 215. Whatever. Oh, VTubers are huge sometimes. I mean, this one is like our sized, but there's definitely VTubers with like millions. Iron Mouse is probably the most famous one I know of. Iron Mouse is massive. She has 1 million subs. And the thing is that like the future of VTubers is going to be just AI. Hello? And that's kind of the concern. Is that like one company can pump out 58, VTubers like no problem. And so like if this gets really popular to where people get used to not seeing a human person and like just seeing like a character is fine, then the next level from that is going to be people getting used to like, an AI that sounds convincing enough. And then they've done that recently. There's that like famous AI everyone's always talking about. I don't know. AI. Where someone's already trying this and the whole thing. And I think, yeah, Asmongold brought it up where he was like, the deal with this is that if this works, if this actually like happens, we're fucked. Like, it's the end,
Pop me in the... What? No. Ew.
Did you just copy-paste that from somewhere?
No, I did not.
Just look at you now. You're
Or here, let's do the roasting chat one. It was like 58 seconds. Or here we go, 39.
broken. My code is perfectly fine, thank you very much. Try harder next time. Fighting Snapper. And by try harder, I don't mean make inane comments on chat that add nothing to the conversation.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
max
I'm
headroom,
sorry,
right?
I forgot
Yeah.
that was all chat does these days. Well, if that's the case, then that's a big shame, really. Anyway, by try harder, I mean actually contribute to the conversation in a meaningful way rather than spamming nonsense. Beautiful day to you too, Hoodera.
They are using motion
My code
cap.
is broken.
That's light, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, some kind of face tracking thing going on for sure. So yeah, these ones are interesting because it's like, there's a very real possibility that this is close. This is like a generation or two away from being attractive to children. I could definitely see children young enough to not really like, imagine if you could just watch Mario stream for 24 hours, like, and you're 4 and you're just like, as far as you're concerned, you're like, yeah, that's Mario. Like that guy playing the video game. Well, he also is a Twitch streamer and I just sit with my iPad and I just watch Mario forever. This could be something that is wildly successful, like we're talking like just Baby Shark numbers. And yeah, and companies would be able to just make like, hey, here's 50 different, VTubers of every different kind of demographic that they could service that, a different niche of people to be into. This one plays games. This one does story times. This one does blah, blah, blah. And again, it could even build into something even, more that we don't even know about. Like, I mean, honestly, if I was YouTube, I would legit be thinking about like banning them. I have very serious concerns about YouTube being just completely saturated, just over flooded in a market of just like, yeah, it's like if you go on YouTube, like your odds are 50-50 that you're going to be talking to something that is 100% just an AI. Like there's no creator behind it, So it's weird. I have not seen the baby having a tablet nightmare. Oh, was it a baby that was like while it was sleeping was like reaching or pretending to use a tablet? I don't know what you're talking about, but that sounds like a thing. That could be a thing. I could make a bot that does this on character AI in 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm sure you could. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I'm so nervous about it. I wouldn't be surprised if there's AI OnlyFans pages. I've heard there already are. That's already been a thing for sure. But right now we're still hearing about all this stuff as like a weird novelty. Like, oh, isn't that weird? What I'm nervous about is like when it's not weird anymore and we're all just kind of like, yep, that's just a part of it. Like it's already so fucking hard to compete in this space, let alone if there's like 100 companies each making 100 VTubers. Like, again, I don't mind when a person is a VTuber because they're still like, that's me versus that person. But if it's like I have to compete with 100 million fucking AIs that are creating content on YouTube and Twitch and stuff, like that's going to be fucking tough.
Got no answers.
Like we're going to automate ourselves into the WALL-E future where it's like all I can do is consume because like there's no room in the market for me to create. And that will be very sad. Who would pay money for AI software? And I know, right?
The following April, Andy did tax returns for half the guards at Shawshank.
All right, I think we'll keep that.
The following April, Andy did tax returns for half the guards at Shawshank. Year after that, he did them all, including the wardens. Year after that, they rescheduled the start of intramural season to coincide with tax season.
Okay, I'll keep this part.
Year after that, he did
to establish that Andy's doing the warden's taxes.
Them all, including the wardens. Year after that, they rescheduled the start of intramural season to coincide with tax season.
Yeah, in essence, right. Yeah, Joan, I agree with what Joan said. Like, we already are in that universe. It's just the level of, like, how much are we in that universe, for sure.
Opposing teams.
Companies already investing, creating influencers, right? Yeah, exactly right. Well, and then talk about, like, brand risk. Like, if you're a company, you're like, well, what do I want to sponsor? A YouTuber, or do I want to create an AI VTuber that I know, as long as there's not, like, a, rare hiccup, generally speaking, I can trust that my VTuber is 100%, its values are 100% aligned with our values, my company's values. It's like they won't say anything controversial about Palestine. They won't, swear. They won't make crude or lewd jokes. They won't ever be in a bad mood, which, by the way, back to the parasocial kind of creepy element to it, is that the consumer is kind of being offered this as well. Hey, do you want a VTuber girl to watch who's like a kawaii, waifu, who never has a boyfriend and never is in a bad mood and never, had a bad day, never is grumpy, never has like a weird vibe that day, like is never hungry. Like that's a fucking, just, I don't know. I hate it. It kind of creeps me out. Yeah, The Sopranos down the road. I feel like The Sopranos is inevitable. I feel less like that about The Wire. I think The Wire has aged much worse than people remember. These walls are funny enough. Time goes by, it gets so you deep end on them. Anything can be a wall that hems in human behavior, even an algorithm. Yeah. We're in early dystopia era. Having a VTuber do sponsor segments with like nails on chalkboard. I know, right? That'd be the worst. You're like, I'm already annoyed that I have to hear that, and I have to, especially a fake one.
Yeah. Got me out of the wood shop a month out of the year. That was fine by me.
We're gonna think about taxes making my eye twitch.
Yeah, me too.
Andy, it's Brooks. Brad, Andy, it's Brooks.
Yep, I'm probably gonna break this video up at the same place.
1 second, he's finding out come the night.
Dirty
Brooks,
sons of bitches.
Brooks, we can talk.
Bitches.
Brooks, we can talk about this, right?
Nothing to talk about, goddammit. It's all talked out. I'm gonna kill his fucking throat.
Why? Why?
Wait a minute, what's he done to you?
That's what they done. I got no choice.
Brooks, you're not gonna hurt Hayward. We all know that. Even
Surprised you think the Wire's age badly. You don't hear that often. You know what? I never hear that, and people fight with me all the time about it, and it blows my mind that they don't think that. It makes me think that they all haven't seen it in a long time. Even Breaking Bad is aged badly, and it's way newer. I don't know if it's way newer, but it's newer-ish. And like it's just so strange that people are like, yeah, no, you can put that up against any modern show. Like, no, you can't. Like that dude with that fucking bow tie is so goddamn corny. Brother was it fucking Mama Say, Mama Sa, Mama Sa. Method Man's character is just corny the whole fucking time. The guy who became like the main bad guy at the end, that young kid, his character is so cheesy to me. Like the show is just cheesy. It's like I still respect, and if I compare it, if I like transport my mind's eye to just the early 2000s, then I'm like, okay, yeah, no, this is quality television. Like, what else are we watching? Friends, fucking, you know, In the Heat of the Night reruns. We're watching Everybody Loves Raymond. We're watching Big Bang Theory. Like, yeah, that show fucking kicked ass. But it's like now we live in a world with, yeah, Brother Mazone. Now we have all these new shows that have learned from The Wire and then like tweaked and played with things and gotten better and better and better. And now I'm used to these kinds of shows. When I go back and watch that, it's like, oh my God, could you imagine a character like Brother Mazone in fucking Succession? Like, get out of here. It would be the corniest shit ever, man. So yeah, I just, you know, so again, I'm not mad at anyone who loves that show, but I do think it's so ridiculous to still be like, that's like the fucking greatest show. Like it's fucking, and The Sopranos too. They can fucking get some too. I just watched The Sopranos for the first time in 2017. So I don't have all of the, you know, emotional kind of like rose tinted glasses baggage of like, oh, I watched this kid, you know, when I was a kid and we waited every week and we saw it, and me and my dad used to watch it and bond over it, and that show's incredible. It's like I've watched it when it was already kind of older, and now it's only even more older, and it's like, yeah, there's just a lot about it that you're like, yep, we would do that differently now. Like we could do that better, we could do that better, we could do that better. It's still very good, but like, yeah, I don't think it touches, you know, like a Succession. Russ, as far as I know, I don't think people can post links on here. Having a VTuber tell me how delicious HelloFresh is, that's so funny. Yeah, exactly. A VTuber. The AI. Now again, let's you know, you guys can say what you want. I just want to make sure no one's hearing me say that VTuber equals AI VTuber. Like you can be a VTuber and be a person. It's just the AI VTubers that I'm spooked by. So anything I say about VTubers in general, assume I'm not talking about humans. I'm talking about the AI versions. Long-running themes on The Wire carry through, though, and I don't think small character take away enough. Well, that's what I mean. It's not like a bad show, but I think it has aged, though. I think there's a lot of things about the writing and the shooting and the acting, especially the acting, that you can kind of be like, yeah, that would be better today. We would tune that up a little bit. What about Mad Men? I just didn't like it, dude. Oh, it aged badly? Why did you think it aged badly? Like, in what ways does it age badly? That's interesting to hear. yeah. Sopranos. Fucking screen wipes. Fargo had a Brother Mazone character? I believe it did, man. I really did not like Fargo, the show. The movie is like one of my all-time favorite movies. I don't think I've seen The Sopranos since a year after the last season. That's what I'm talking about. People will have, and like, not you, but I just mean like, that's exactly right. There are a lot of people who are like, the last time I watched Sopranos was like the week that the finale happened. And then 20 years later, they'll be telling you about how like, oh, nothing's better than The Sopranos. That's the best show ever made. And it's like, go watch it again. Like your brain is updating you, making you think it's better than it is, you know? And 5 years Succession will feel, yes, exactly fucking right. Exactly right. And if you see my jackass in the future in 10 years being like, nothing's ever better than Succession, then I'm full of shit and you can't trust me. Because I know for a fact that that's true. Like in 10 years, we're going to be like, oh my God, can you believe how corny blah, blah, blah was, you know? Or how like the acting for that just felt so fake in comparison to how we do it now, you know? Like that's totally going to happen. Yeah, they do the Firefly thing, except to redoing the pilot. They redo the original film script for a season. I didn't like Fargo show either. Yeah, exactly. That was me, Kubrick. I thought it was over the top. I thought I only watched the first episode and I couldn't fucking do it, man. I was so mad. I was very frustrated by that first episode. It felt like someone who was like making a Zucker Brothers like parody of the movie. It was like they took all the things that are kind of odd about the movie and they turned them all up to 11 and were like, let's make him extra goofy and extra like it was just I did not. I could not dig it. Oh, you said I don't see how Mad Men could have aged badly. No, I don't think so either. Too bad you couldn't get into a great character. Okay, so that's not. But when I say age badly, I don't mean like socially. I hope that's not what you were hearing. Like, I don't think The Wire socially aged bad. I think that I think that the quality of it has aged poorly. It feels kind of old, like retro. It's like, oh yeah, we used to do it like that 20 years ago, you know, and like we don't do it like that anymore. Lost is maybe the worst stage show ever, and Prison Break's actually pretty rough. Those are good points. Those are good ones. Yeah. I just couldn't get into Mad Men because I just did not care about anything that was happening. I just never cared. I was like, Don Draper's a piece of shit. I don't like any of these people. Everything that happens to them, I'm just like, okay, hope you fail. Like, good luck, you know? Like, I just didn't give a shit. It's the same thing I'm having with The Bear. I think there's a type of show that is just, hey, come live with us for a while. We're just gonna do stuff, and you can just hang out with us and just be and like watch us do things. And I can't get into those shows. I'm just like, nothing matters. I don't care. Where are we going? What are we doing? This is stupid. And the exception for me is comedies. That's why most sitcoms I think work. Is because it's like they're gonna make me laugh. But Mad Men isn't a comedy. I'm supposed to care about what's happening, but like nothing's happening. It's just, yeah, he's like gonna make a sale and he's gonna cheat on his wife and this chick's gonna be annoying. It's just like, yeah, I couldn't care. You know, Kubrick, that's a good point though. Like that's the thing about The Wire and these kinds of shows is like if you want to know if a show is dated, ask yourself if it had come out this year, would you be like, oh yeah, this fits in with everything else, or would you be like, oh okay, it looks kind of, you know, camera work's kind of shoddy in comparison to how we do it now. You know, blah blah. The way that they write is a little bit like every year since soap operas ended, we've gotten further away from them. But that means that when you go backwards in time, you get closer to things that are coming off of the back of soap operas. And so that really broad type of acting is like, you know, in sitcoms, really broad acting where like no one's really playing a person like how they are. We're kind of doing sitcom voice. Like, isn't that crazy? Hey, Jerry, what do you think? And like, there's just this kind of the closer we get to when that was the norm, the more even our prestige television shows had a little bit of that they had to like shake off. And we've successfully done it more and more and more. And so, you know, when you're like, oh, I'm going to have a brand new person who's never watched that show watch it, it's like, well, do they need all of the rose tinted glasses that I have that they haven't developed yet? And I think that's interesting. Yeah, couldn't care what was going to happen to him. Yeah, same problem with me. Yeah. Right, and I agree, and that's the thing. I think that those things are weaker on The Wire than they would be these days. I don't think the storylines are as good, and I don't think the characters are as strong. Mad Men is more certainly a comedy. Roger Sterling, some of the funniest shit in the show. I mean, there's funny bits, but I think it's a drama that has comedy bits. I don't think it's a comedy forward show. Made you obsessed with hard liquor. Peaky Blinders made me obsessed with whiskey. Didn't Mad Men have a blackface episode? I sure hope they did. This guy sounds like Rachel Zegler talking about Snow White, two piece in a pod. Guy probably likes Star Wars sequels. I'm out. What? What's he even talking about? I didn't even say anything about like social justice issues. I was talking about filmmaking. Whatever. Mad Men's closest modern day No Country Cohen style directing with non-diegetic sound just misses it. Oh, okay. I kind of hear what you mean. That's interesting. Yeah. Can't wait to see it. Do. Riz, that's fire. I know. It's happening. It's happening. No, I did not mean socially age badly. No. You know, that sucks that like social people have stolen that phrase from us. If you say something age badly, everyone now has to assume that you mean like, oh, it's 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 inappropriate or something like that. That's so annoying. It's like, no, I literally like the way that a chair ages badly, you know, like I just mean it has not aged super well. That's super funny. Yeah, no, not at all. I'm not a socially sensitive type of person. Like you're never going to hear me say that like, oh, that movie offends me now and it used to not, you know. Oh, you're saying The Wire's closer to No Country. Well, okay, but also with the diegetic stuff and all that, though, I also kind of bought the vibes of the Mad Men thing. But I guess there's a lot more music in it. Miss Maisel? I don't know about Miss Maisel, but I have been thinking about Fleabag. We consider putting YouTube early access on Patreon. We do that now. As soon as they're done, then they go right to Patreon, and then they come out on their scheduled time on YouTube. Yeah, they tried to cancel Tropic Thunder. Ben Stiller defend the movie on Twitter. Yeah, for sure. Also, people, like, you don't even have to defend it. The people who like it, and they know that it's good, and no one's gonna, like, bully me into thinking, like, oh, never mind. People on Twitter said it was bad, so never mind. I guess I wasn't laughing the whole time when I watched it. You know, like, I think a lot of times that stuff, like, it can defend itself. The worst time to get canceled is, like, before your thing does anything, because then, like, it literally gets canceled before anyone even gets a chance to watch it. But, like, that movie can speak for itself.
I got no choice. Brooks, you're not going to hurt Haywood.
And I completely agree with Fahrenheit here that, yeah, people who don't like Tropic Thunder, like, don't understand that the movie agrees with them. And also people who like it don't like it because they think that it's good, that any of those characters are, like, aspirational and people you should be like, you know? That's why the characters at the end go through a change and realize that they were full of shit the whole time. Made me feel weird for being Catholic. Yeah, the only thing I would say is, as far as the Patreon is concerned, just keep in mind, like, different shows are harder to make, and we have different editors that work on different shows, and so, like, it's not super consistent on, like, how many of what kind. Like, one show may rarely be too far ahead of when it would come out, and then another show like Barry right now, like, our editor just went crazy and finished all of it, so, like, all of Barry is early access on there. But, like, Breaking Bad is rarely, like, you know, more than a couple of days before it comes out.
I know that, sir. You know why you haven't hurt him? Because he's a friend of yours and because Brooks Hadlin is a reasonable man.
That's right. Is that right, guys?
Yes. So put the knife down. Brooks, look at me. Put the knife down. Brooks, look at his
Is he just really old? Is he?
Brooks, look at his.
Is he just really old? Is he losing his mind?
Brooks, look at his neck. He's bleeding. It's the only way they'd let me stay. It's the only way they'd let me stay. Come on, this is crazy. You don't want to do this.
Yeah, Tug Speed, man. Talking to Barry, what the fuck happened to that show? First this season, actually great, good concept, like great pills. You know, so I felt that way when I watched it the first time, but upon rewatching it with the girls, I've actually really appreciated that, because I think that it keeps it from being the same season 4 times in a row, and there's like a halfway break, and so it really freshens up the vibes of the show. The whole show feels very different in the second 2 seasons, and it was like, okay, it's nice that it keeps it feeling new. On top of that, I also like that Barry is basically at his most sane in the first 2 seasons, and so season 3 and then into 4 he keeps getting more crazy, so the world is getting more crazy, and so that kind of helped me buy into what was happening in that as well, and I was a lot less frustrated the second time. Clout chasing currency, everyone's getting paid for it. Yeah, that's true. Top 5 movie of all time for me. Fair enough. Yep. As a black man, I've always looked up to Sergeant Lincoln Osiris. You know what? That's fair. He was very brave in the face of battle. Knows a lot about Australian history for some reason, especially history that hadn't happened yet. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I'm just gonna cut straight to here. Sergeant Lincoln Osiris. That's who they got to replace freaking Jonathan Majors for Kane. Get fucking Robert Downey Jr.'s ass up in there, man. Let's make it happen. Let's keep it rolling. Let's make lemonade. Are we going to react to Babe the Pig? Probably not, but we might react to The Pig. No, never mind. I forgot. I got a copyright strike for doing that.
Wait, is his sentence ending?
Take it easy.
And he's old now.
Who are you talking about, Brandon?
Yeah, what about me? Crazy old fool, goddamn near cut my...
Oh, shit, hey, have some semen.
Wait, is his sentence ending? And he's old now.
Yeah, what about me?
Oh yeah, Barry, yeah, for sure. I agree. It'd be great him playing the face of the MCU and returning as blackface. He had to die so he could come back as Jonathan Majors, or not Jonathan Majors, as Kang. Robert Downey Jr. is playing Jonathan Majors playing Kang. I love it. Yeah, Black Mirror has a pig episode in episode 1. I know Disney's head would explode. How do we recast a multidimensional being capable of existing anywhere? Yeah, I know, right? Well, actually, honestly, you could say that, or you could say that he's the easiest person ever to recast because he is a multidimensional being, and you could being. Um, sorry, now I'm just thinking of one being that's multidimensional. Stupid. But he's a multidimensional being who could look like anyone. My only real concerns are that they make like stupid story decisions because of the freedom that they have. So for instance, someone posited that they could make Ravonna Renslayer be like, oh, now I'm Kang, or like I'm a version of or variant of Kang, or something I've always been, or something stupid like that, and that would suck. But I don't know why I care, because honestly, I'm so unplugged from the fucking MCU thing anyway. Like I barely know anything. I watched a reaction to Loki season 2, and that's like what I know. I was saying that sarcastically. Oh, I see now. I get it. I get it now. Well, no, but look, I could make the counter argument though to what you're saying sarcastically. Like, to what if you were saying, how do we recast a multidimensional being capable of existing as anyone anywhere? Part of the argument is that he has spent a shit ton of his time very, very interested in looking exactly like Jonathan Majors. Every Kang variant still looks like Jonathan Majors. Maybe he's got goofy hair, maybe he's got a purple suit, but it still looks like Jonathan Majors. So he actually is kind of hard to recast, because it's like you do just have to eat it and say, yeah, sorry, you look like a different guy. Unless you think of, okay, well, maybe we can expand that his variants, are also, because they did a lot more experimentation with Loki, with having different types of variants than they did with Jonathan Majors up to this point. So that could be a little bit of like, there's not an obvious, easy way for us to do it, but there also is. It's not exactly a Black Panther 2 level. Have I seen the new Steamboat Willie? No, I have not. I want them to succeed, but I feel like it has to be born out of a break. I don't think that they will succeed as long as they keep pumping shit out. So I really, really would like to see, kind of like DC. I don't have high hopes that James Gunn will be great for DC, because I don't feel like his sensibilities filmmaking wise lend themselves to the vibes of DC. But I really respect that I heard him recently apparently said that he wants to take like kind of a year off and really just like have some meetings and kind of like rethink things and like redirect the ship. And that shows a level of understanding that something's wrong, where so far Disney feels like they've just kept arguing with us like, no, you're just wrong, like we're doing great and these movies are kick-ass and you guys can all just shut the fuck up, because you're all a bunch of like white cis male, sexist and stuff like that is part of it. And then the other part is that you just don't have any sense, you don't have any taste. So I feel like Disney has to like take a breath, look in a mirror, look deep inside, and recalibrate. And then I could get interested again that like, yeah, but if it's like, no, we're just going to like slowly course correct. It's like, no, you're not. Like, you're not going to be able to handle it. You guys are going to fuck that up. So like, I'm not interested. I don't care. So yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. Mickey Mouse almost public domain. Yep, thought Loki was season 1 was pretty good. Haven't bothered with 2, so maybe that's saying something. That's fair. That's fair. I did not like season 2 very much. All that supposes an audience that is completely unaware why they need to recast. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, do a new one. Yeah, I bet they would. I would not put it past them to do a Doctor Who with them for sure. That's also true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That kind of change is going to come from like a person with a vision, not because the nameless, faceless organization said, "Hey, here's what we got to do." What film have you most looked forward to getting the girls to react to? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm too high to remember. I've got a list of a couple movies I'd really like to see them react to, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm not excited, but I feel like it would be a good idea. They haven't watched Wolf of Wall Street, and I think they would have a fucking blast watching Wolf of Wall Street. What do you guys think? Yeah, exactly right. HBO's crushing it. If HBO had a superhero series like Amazon does, they have a couple. Um, well, they do. They have Doom Patrol, and that didn't do all that great, so that is tough. But I do feel like if they had one that maybe, I don't know, was the quality of a Boys or something, I think they would crush it. Oh yeah, they had Watchmen. That was successful, right? Didn't people like that? Um, Ariana has seen Euphoria, but I'm not sure she's seen all of it. I don't really know what their relationship with Euphoria is. I know that Maple hasn't seen it at all, though. Person with a vision or just a clear need for a clean break to set their era apart. Yeah, they got to do something to give like a separation. And yeah, it's a great reaction movie. That movie was like made for reacting. Jonah Hill got paid only 60K. That's really kind of crazy. He was a hot commodity at the time. It's incredible. I hear nothing bad about it. Here's the thing. I don't think the quality was poor, but I did find it really preachy, like just really preachy, and I struggled with that. I had a really fucking hard time with how preachy it came across to me. Um, so I don't know. Maybe I've been listening to too much Andrew Tate, but I'm joking, by the way. But yeah, the production quality was great, but I was just like, oh god, oh man, I feel like I'm like in school. This is tough. Like, it's really fucking tough. Melancholia versus Euphoria. For me, Melancholia. Wolf of Wall Street's great with Coke. I'm sure it is. Watched Saltburn last night. It was weird, but good. Yeah, I know. It felt like a Yorgos Lanthimos movie without him. I know. I want him to watch Peacemaker. That's why I had Maple watch the Suicide Squad, but that video did terrible, so I have concerns. But it's still on the board. It's on the maybe board. I think the people who never read Watchmen liked HBO's Watchmen because that was Alan Moore's Watchmen. I'm not even mad at movies having messages or shows having messages. Also, I agree with most of the messaging in that thing. It was the presentation though. Like the Alan Moore part wasn't the presentation. I think he was more, I don't know, man. I just like subtle's the wrong word, but this was clumsy. It felt like I said, there because I love Parasite. It's like one of my favorite movies, but I don't feel like I'm like sitting there being lectured at when I'm watching that movie. And with Watchmen, it was so painfully obvious that it was such a like Trump is the president and we're mad about that. So let's make a fucking show where everything is an allegory for like, skinheads and, Trump supporters, MAGA people and Sister Midnight or whatever her name. It's like, it's a very Sister Soldier kind of thing. It's like, it just all felt so rudimentary and like baby's first political message. I had a really fucking hard time with that and like couldn't get into it. But like the production quality was it's like HBO. It felt like an HBO show. And I do think HBO like is pretty fucking great with like, making high production quality shows. Yeah, Elon just says things, whatever. Yeah, sometimes a message is the first time for someone else's generation. That's also true. They get a Heat reaction. We might do Heat. People have been asking for a long time. I love Peacemaker way more than Suicide Squad. Me too. Yeah, it could have better numbers. I liked it better. I thought it was good. It also is why I now think that John Cena is my new favorite wrestler turned actor. V for Vendetta kind of nailed the message, and the theatrics love that movie. See, that's funny. I disagree. I think that V for Vendetta feels exactly the same way that Watchmen does. I feel like it thinks it's 1984, but it's like baby's first 1984. I feel like it so clumsily handles what it's saying. It doesn't have a lot to say when it says it. So I feel like it's not smart enough to be like a really smart movie, but it's not really even cool enough to be like a great action film. Like when I think of like best action scenes, there's not a single one that comes to mind from like, oh, I really want to like show someone a YouTube clip of that scene from V for Vendetta. There's not a single one. It's like, yeah, you want to see some fucking bullet time with blades? It's really cool, like it's just, I don't know. That was rough for me. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang's fun. Barbie was super preachy. That's why I didn't watch it. Watchmen must just hit different as an American because you deal with it all the time. Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about it like that, but that could be true. Like that is so much of our fucking um Succession season 5. Yeah, that is so much of our like news discourse all the time. It's so old. And it feels like the show is like, you know, if you have the correct opinions, then you agree with the good guys. And if you have the incorrect opinions, then you're like those bad guys. And us good guys got to go beat up those bad. It just feels so like quaint and like G.I. Joe being like, remember kids, if you're a MAGA, then you're bad. And it's like, again, coming from a fucking, you know, super, I have very, very like strong left-wing politics, you know, like I agree with most of what they have to say. It was just so fucking corny and preachy how they said it. Yeah, HBO's was racism stuff for the most part. Right, right. When I was growing up, I knew Dick Nixon was a crook more than I knew he was president, mostly because the kids during Watergate were old enough to be influenced by the culture processing past. Yeah, that's fair. I want to ask him to sign my Watchmen DVD. Hell yeah. You only better fucking get on it while you still can, homie. He's not getting any younger.
Ain't you heard his parole come through?
Okay, cool. We'll do that.
Ain't you heard his parole come through?
I'm getting hungry, so I think I'm going to take a food break and probably try to finish this later because I still have to process another video and it's still early-ish in the night for me, but I agreed with Maple I would watch Firefly with her tomorrow, so I don't want to stay up too late, and I still have an hour and 22. So that's not bad because that means I have kicked off the first hour of this 2.5 hour movie, so not bad. And some of this is discussion. I don't know how long it is though, probably not long. But yeah, I think I'll finish this when I get a free day. I guess that's going to be Friday. And then yep. And then what's tomorrow, Thursday? Is that Arcane? Ooh, that's exciting. That'll be fun. More famously hates the Watchmen movie. Yeah, I've heard that. Do you do most of your editing at night? At night, most of it. Takes me a little while to get my head wrapped on. Good work. Gotta eat. See you next time. Yeah. Yeah, it's good food break. It's great hanging out with you guys. Thanks for kicking it. Fun conversations today. I love having you. Thanks for helping me get through this and not go insane being by myself working on a 2.5 hour movie. And I will catch you guys later. Love you. Check it out.